Pop. Yo, that was crazy timing, right? Yeah, request up. Let's keep this conversation going because we were at an interesting spot. Ugh. What's up,
Yeah, I
brother?
thought that completely banned.
Yeah, that was crazy. That right after I said that too. That's wild.
So stupid. Uh,
um, dude, that's crazy. That was my exit.
that's actually
Yeah,
insane.
yeah. So, if you want to request back up in your spot that you were on, you can do that. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna give the other people that were there an opportunity to. Yeah, Maxim, I'm good. I'm gonna give them an opportunity to join because I sent the invite to Flinser and J Rob and Justin and Prook. What was the Mecca guy's name?
Mecca?
Julie, just because in AR's live, um, that's what was going on, and I have this panel up here because usually it's like, sometimes it's dogpiling, but usually, if you have the right like group of atheists, they're like respectful, and like each one of them will like kind of tag out and fill in some like philosophical understanding, and it helps the theist like understand where we're coming from. But anyway. And we can turn it into like just riffing if somebody like, I don't know. There are people in the past that you can think of that will come up here. But anyway, yeah. There's a mech guy that was there. Mech. What was his name? Mechanical, like alien or something.
I don't remember. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember his name.
It was like an orange profile picture or something.
I just remember Fletcher. I think it's Justin guy.
Yeah, Justin W. Thank you guys for liking the live. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Darth Dawkins, for getting the #2 gifter badge. Thank you so much. Um, Thank you for liking the live, Darth. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, welcome, Amdir. Yeah, so I'm just gonna give them like 3 minutes to be here, just because I think that the nuances of the conversation that were happening. Can I share? No, I can't anymore, huh? I should be able to. Can you just cite that Romans verse one time, please?
Yeah, I was reading quite a bit out of Romans 9. It was
Yeah, Romans
probably around
9.
verses 19-ish where I would start about why God blames us, or Paul asking the question, why does God blame us? And then kind of the reasoning continues on down from verse 22 through 23-ish.
Mm-hmm. Huge.
Yo,
What's up, brother?
brother.
um, they probably did it. They probably just aren't checking their RHHT. Yeah, Maxim, I'm good. I just haven't been live because I've been fulfilling my need to yell at strangers on the internet in other people's lives. Man like Yuji. Dude, Yuji, you know Lil Karate?
Yeah, yeah.
I was in his live for 30 minutes today, pretending to be Ray Comfort, like the New Zealand. You know who that is?
No, I don't.
Oh fuck, he's like the Matt Dillahunty of Christians. I don't know, like he's like, um,
Oh wait, is he bald? White dude.
he's white. He's from New Zealand.
I feel like I might know who you're talking about.
Yeah. So I was putting on like a New Zealand accent and everything, and Lil Cardi was saying stuff like let's let Ray and Sean do a 1v1 for 5 minutes,
Uh
and he just wasn't. And then like after 30 minutes, I was like, I'm kind of sick of doing this accent, Lil Cardi, and he was like, dude, no way.
huh. That's hilarious. Were you
Yeah.
cooking?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretending to be a Christian that was disagreeing with like some Unitarian, but yeah.
That's
Oh,
so
Inevitable said
funny.
try me. I mean, I can bring you up, but we've been talking to Yo, Justin, can you send this to I sent it to J Rob and Prook and
Yeah.
Flenser. There was a mechanism guy there? Mechanistic elf or something?
Oh yeah, I don't know his.
I don't know his either.
Did you shut that live down? Is that how that happened?
No.
It was like weird how it worked out right when you said that.
Well, I just had noticed he'd been teacupping for a long time, and he
Oh,
does that a lot,
yeah. Okay,
and it would just happen to be perfect timing.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
You
until
sent it to Prook and J Rob. Hold on.
I send it to Perk and J Rob, yeah, but
Okay.
you can send it to
Yeah.
them and Flenser. What's up, Inevitable?
Hello.
How's
So,
your day
like,
going?
you guys are like all what atheists, right?
Oh, I'm not gonna spoil it. Yeah, but we're all atheists, yeah.
All right, gotcha.
You want to
So,
test your theistic chops?
I mean, sure. So you believe that humans or life got here without assistance from life, correct? So you believe in abiogenesis.
Yeah.
Now, can you show? Now, obviously, I disagree with that. I don't believe that there's any evidence to suggest that, or more importantly, prove that intelligent life can come from non-intelligent, non-life.
Okay.
So it's based on the nature of what life is and how, in order as the way we've done so for thousands of years to produce, all we've been able to do is reproduce. We're not able to produce life from without the help of life or the catalyst of life.
Do you think
Thus,
that
uh-huh.
physical can come from non-physical?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
It is due to God, or yeah, due to the evidence of God doing that. Yeah.
Have you ever seen physical come from non-physical?
I haven't seen physical coming from non-physical. Yeah,
Or
actually, I have. Yeah,
what? In what case?
yeah. I can't believe I just tweaked. So thoughts, right? These are non-physical things, but it is due to the non-physical thoughts that produce physical reactions and manifestations that result in our actions.
You ever seen a substance come from a
Can't
non-physical
believe I forgot about
substance?
that. So yeah, we have seen physical come from the non-physical. Can't believe I forgot about thoughts. But yeah,
I guess in a sense, yeah. But have you ever seen like a physical substance come from a non-physical substance?
are you referencing some? What do you mean physical? You talking about like something I could like an object? Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
Because
An
yeah, because you
object.
said substance. That was I didn't. That wasn't it. I don't think that would be good. But yeah, object. No, I haven't seen an object, but I've seen something physical come from it, and that's good enough. If
Okay.
something physical can come from it, obviously it would objects which are also physical. Yeah, that it makes sense that should be able to follow. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't
Oh,
be
you know what? I got
completely
one.
illogical for that to not be possible. So
Yeah.
that's completely fine.
I guess
I would need
to
to.
broaden the question, do you think that, for
Yes, it's physical.
for any x, x can be derived from non-x or not x?
You might need to use another letter. Go ahead, say that again.
Yeah, for any p, it can be derived from not p. It can be derived from not p.
For any P, it can be
Yeah.
derived from not P.
Yeah, so like
No.
physical from not physical.
No. I don't believe any P. There's certain things that cannot be derived from other like things, and it's due to the nature of whatever it is that we're talking about. Now, when we're talking about, let's say, the absence of intelligence, okay, well, let's understand. I'm not just saying this just like blanket statements. I'm going based off of how we understand intelligence, how we understand life. So if we're talking about intelligence, right? Intelligence is based upon the application of the knowledge that's been gained, right? Now, if you do not have the capacity to gain knowledge, right, and you also do not have the capacity to apply any knowledge, well, then you're not going to be intelligent because the capacity or the faculties that would house intelligence doesn't exist. So it would be logically impossible for that to happen. You see what I mean? So that's why I'm saying that. I'm making a formal statement here.
Wait, logically impossible.
Yes, it's logically impossible for something without the faculties of something to produce something that has faculties of whatever it is that we're talking about.
Wait, that's just gonna apply to physical then.
It wouldn't,
Wait,
because what we've seen in this instance, let's talk about the mind, right? What we see is the mind is capable of doing what? What is the mind? What is the faculties that physics have?
Wait, I'm sorry to
That
do this, but can do you believe God exists, right?
energy. Let me just land the plane here. So
Wait,
one
you
of
believe
the
energy exists or
I
God
don't
exists?
yeah I don't really want to answer your question until I kind of land my plane here. It's just one sentence. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things that necessitates, you know, physics, or my fault, a physical phenomena, whether it be substance, right? Let's just say physical substance. Let's just leave it at that, right? I think that encompasses everything. Is energy. Now, energy isn't necessarily physical, as we see the mind and what it's able to produce, right? And so when we're talking about how the mind, we actually are able to
Was
see
this
the
a
mind.
run-on sentence or is this still the same sentence?
Yeah, you can consider it a run-on sentence.
Okay.
Like I said, it's a sentence. So the mind too, right, is evidence of something that has been used that isn't physical, produce something physical due to the presence of energy, and so that's how that works. Because energy, my fault, physical derives from energy. That's how that works. So there you go.
Okay. Yeah. So do you believe that God exists?
Obviously, that was a weird
Okay.
question.
Do you believe that? Well, you said energy. Well, I mean, you could have said it was a dumb question earlier, but yeah.
I didn't. I didn't say it was a dumb question. I said it's a weird question because you obviously I believe in God. Hence why I rose my hand. That's all.
Anyway, yeah.
Go ahead.
So do you believe in like a triomni God?
No.
Okay. What do you define God, please?
Uh, the higher power of the universe, the creator of the universe. Let's go with that.
Okay. Do you believe that for reasons or not reasons?
I have reasons.
Yeah. Do you have like reasons that are structured into an argument?
Okay, I can. Do you want me to? Yeah, I do. I can structure it into an argument. Sure.
Yeah. Can you
You want the
try?
argument? Okay, sure. Yeah. So, life can only come from life. Intelligence can only come from intelligence. Uh, Therefore, the intelligent life that exists here in the world and the universe today, both atheists and theoscientists today, both atheists and theoscientists both agree didn't exist here at one point in time. Thus, someone outside of our physical universe had to have been responsible
What do you
for
mean? How
putting
does
it
that
here.
follow?
How does it follow? Well, if
Yeah.
something isn't here and now is, that's by definition creation, right? And so, for something to be created, even the physics, according to the laws of physics, something cannot just be created from nothing. That's according to physics law. And so,
Wait, what?
according to what, if God doesn't exist, assuming that we're only utilizing the laws of physics, which only apply to physical things and physical beings,
Yeah.
nothing can come from, my fault. Something cannot come from nothing.
Yeah. Who's claiming something came from nothing up here?
Anybody that believes that life didn't exist and now does.
Incorrect.
Well, it's correct because you would be saying life came from non-life.
Yeah. So are you gonna tell me what I believe again, or are you gonna tell me? Are
It
you gonna
would
accept it?
necessarily entail that. If you don't
Bro,
agree, then you're just
everybody knows you
contradicting
believe
yourself.
that right here.
What do you mean?
If intelligent life didn't exist and
Wait,
now
J
does,
Rob. What do you
it
mean? I
came
believe
from
that something came from
non-intelligent
nothing.
life. My fault, non-intelligent, non-life. Therefore, it came from nothing. Does that make?
And so you have to believe everything came from nothing.
No, you don't have to believe that.
You have to.
You don't have to.
I said you have to.
Oh, okay, got it.
No, he
Well,
did
what's
say
the
you had to.
argument? What's the argument for that? What's the logic train? How do you get there with J Rob?
Do you guys
Because
believe in the beginning of the universe?
Did God come from something?
He wouldn't be part of this. He wouldn't be part of the physical universe.
Did he come from something? Yes or no?
The answer is no, because he didn't come from this
So
physical
did he
universe.
come from nothing?
No, because he didn't come from anything. He didn't come into existence. He's always
This is
existed.
where the logic
Unlike
breaks
the
down.
universe, which
Yeah.
is
So
according to
yeah.
the theory.
So I believe in a
had a
passage from
beginning.
the universe.
Do you not believe that the universe had a beginning?
That's correct.
Okay, therefore, if you believe the universe had a beginning, it came from something.
No, I
which
said
needs to be stated.
when you said, "Do I not believe that the universe had a beginning?" I don't believe the universe had a beginning. That's right.
Okay, cool. So you believe the universe has always existed.
That's right.
What do you have to substantiate that?
What do you mean? It's logically possible. So
How? How so?
because there seems to be like a uniformity of nature, and so therefore, for any time t, there's a time t minus one that precedes it. And so, if you ask me if that mechanism is going to break down at some point in the past, I would have to
Proceeds
answer
it. Wait, proceeds implies what?
before, antecedently precedes
Yeah,
temporally.
so if something exists before whatever it is that we're talking about exists, that means what? That whatever
Oh
it is
no,
we're
you're
talking
not.
about
You're
had a
not.
beginning.
You're not tracking. You're not tracking.
That's what you said.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
go ahead and say it again.
Yeah. So for any time, let's call it time t. Maybe time t is yesterday or 600 years ago. For any time t, there's a time t minus one that was temporally antecedent. And if you were to ask me when that mechanism would break down the past, I would have to say I don't know. Therefore, I
So
don't
you're
have a
saying
good
for
reason.
any
Sorry, I actually
so,
wasn't done, but you can go after.
no,
Is
no,
that okay?
it's
Is
just
that
for
okay? Is
clarification.
it
I don't
okay
know.
for you? Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
not familiar with the
Let
terminology.
him land
you're
the
using.
plane. Let him finish his sentence and land the plane.
Okay, you're gonna waste your time. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So if I have to say I don't know to the question, will that mechanism break down? Then there's no good reason for me to think it will break down. So there's no reason for me to think that there's a beginning. So there's no reason for me to think that it was created. So there's no good reason for me to think that there was a creator.
So, in other words, for every instance of time, there's always been time that existed before this specific instance of time. Is that what
Yeah.
you're? Is that your
Yeah.
statement? Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted to clarify. Now, I could have just said that, but anyways, that's cool. So
That's what I did say.
yeah, that's fine. So now you're saying that you believe that to necessarily be true. That's for time.
Wait, wait.
Now,
I don't think.
do you
Wait,
believe
wait,
that
wait,
time and
wait.
space are the same?
Depending on how you're casting out necessary, I would disagree with you, but I think that it's. Well, I think I have good reasons to hold it true.
Okay, wait a minute. So it's not necessarily true?
If you're using necessarily as the way it's tenderly used in the literature, I would say I'm agnostic.
Oh, so well, you did say you believe it, but you
Right.
He said it's possible
but
that
you
it's
can't
true.
argue it as truth.
Right. I'm just saying it might not hold true in all possible worlds. Like there's obviously a and in fact, I
definitely doesn't
don't
hold
believe
true
it's
in this
necessarily
world.
true. Huh?
It definitely doesn't hold true in this world. So you can't prove that, okay, because you're agnostic.
Yeah. Do you
So
want to do
you
that
can't-
without
you
begging?
can't
Wait,
prove
wait.
it
Stop
because
saying
you're
I'm
agnostic.
agnostic. Stop saying that.
You said it, not me.
No, I said about your definition of the word necessarily. I'm agnostic. How do you define necessarily?
I didn't define necessary at all.
I know that's what I'm asking you to do now. Define
Yeah.
it.
So
Define it.
necessarily true, meaning it's kind of redundant for me to say necessarily true because something true would necessarily be true, but necessarily true meaning it is true and would be true and has to be true.
Okay, then yeah, I don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it has to be true now. I just think it is true.
Okay, well, how can something be true but not have to be true?
What do you mean?
How could something be true if something is what it is,
Yeah.
right? then it has to be what it is. Because
Yeah,
it
two,
is.
two plus two. You go ahead, Leo.
2 plus 2 has to be 4. My
Wait,
fault.
are
2
you
it
plus 2
doesn't.
equaling
the
4
distinction
has
between
to be the case
are you
because it is the
familiar
case.
with the difference between necessary truth and contingent truths?
What?
Are you familiar with the difference between contingent truths and necessary truths?
Not terminologically. Like
Okay,
I'm
okay.
not familiar with the terminology.
Okay, well, philosophers like to use this concept of possible worlds. So just things that could be the case in the sense that there's no contradiction. So for instance, there's a possible world where, maybe I'm not on this TikTok live right now. But there's not a possible world where 2 plus 2 equals 5, because that's necessarily true. So
Wait, no, that wouldn't be true.
wait, what part wasn't true?
The latter, that wouldn't be a good example.
Wait, you think 2 plus 2 can equal 5?
No, I don't think it can be 5. However, there is a possible world where it could.
It's
That's what I'm
possible that 2 plus 2 equals 5?
No, I didn't say it was possible. I said there was a possible world,
What?
which means in a possible, yeah. So this is why I have real hard time dealing with not that I have a hard time dealing. It's just it gets to a point where it's philosophization. When we're talking
your
about,
characterization aside, I think what's more
I'm trying to
important.
respond. I'm
Yeah,
trying to
it's
move
okay.
past my
It's not
characterization.
necessary. So I think what's more important to draw
Well, yes, you're right. That statement I said was unnecessary. I just like to respond. So you can disregard it entirely.
Wait, sorry. The important distinction here is going to be analytic truth, right? Versus
Okay, so
synthetic
we're
truth.
disregarding your statement, sir. Let's listen to what he has
We're
to
not
say.
disregarding any statement.
Well, I'm trying to respond to his statement.
I'm I'm saying that the kind of truth that Leo is talking about, there are necessary truths and contingent truths, right? But the kind of thing that 2 plus 2 equals 4, that's just analytically true, right? So in any world where 2 equals an object that has the law of identity and another object that has the law of identity in conjunction, it's always going to equal 4 because that's what the words mean.
Yes. So here's what I was trying to say. If we use terms like possible worlds, well, there would also if we're going to be hypothetical, because that's all it is. It's just entertaining hypotheticals. If we're going to be hypothetical here, well, then there could be a possible world or a hypothetical world in which the way we count doesn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but rather 1, 2, 5, 4.
When we use the
So
word
in that
two,
case, no, that wouldn't be a good example.
it's entailed
Because
within the
there is a
definition.
possible world where 2 plus 2 does equal
entailed
5
within the
if 4
definition.
equals 5 in that world. As we
Entailed within the definition of 2 and 4 that we just mean what they mean like right now. Like that's just the definition. So I don't really take this objection I don't take this objection too serious, I guess.
Well, you don't have to take it. I mean,
No, because it could just be the case. I'm just saying
Take it
that
as
it's
you want.
literally the case that we're defining 2 as this way, and we're defining 4 as this way.
yeah,
So if you
here
were to
in
say
this
that-
world.
If you were to say that, we're defining 2 in this way in another possible world, then you just wouldn't be speaking of 2 at that point. You'd be talking about something else. You'd just be
No, I'd
using
be
the
talking
mouth-
about 2, just not.
You'd be
Well, no, you'd be
equivocating.
using the same mouth sound. You'd be equivocating.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we don't want to be equivocating, right?
Yeah, so
We want to disagree about something that with substance, not semantics.
well, all I said was that your example in trying to explain it to me was false. You don't have to agree with
Yeah,
me.
can
but
you?
it's
So,
false.
are you saying that
I can
listen,
move past it. I didn't ask
inevitable
for him to break
Are you
it down
saying that a
and give me
married
an example.
bachelor can exist in some possible world?
Now you're asking me what you said you didn't want to get into. Go ahead. Go
I
again.
have a quick question. What
again.
the fuck are we arguing about?
No, it's a good question, huh? I can bring it back
it's not
for you.
that important.
He's trying to just. He's trying to make. He wanted to know if I knew the difference between contingent and necessary truths.
He said everything that was the case is necessary, despite the fact that things that are the case.
No, I didn't say that. That's a bad paraphrase.
Well, you said if
I'm
it's
almost
true.
watching it.
That was verbatim what he said. He said
It's
if
a
something's
horrible
the case,
paraphrase.
Everything
I
that's
don't
true
want you to
has to be
continue.
true.
Yeah.
I said. Wait. Say that again.
You said everything that's true has to be true.
Yeah, if it is true, yes, it
Necessarily.
has to be true. Yes.
It's necessary that it's true.
Yeah, if it is true. Otherwise, it's not true.
I mean,
Yeah, if it's true.
I mean,
Yeah, if it's true, it's necessarily true.
I mean,
Yeah. Therefore, if it's not necessarily true, it's not true. Yes. So another way, a contingent truth, so a contingent truth, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, would be something that is, it's just bullcrap.
like for instance,
Yeah, assuming that we're
possible-
in the same, assuming that we live in the same world, and I don't care. Assuming that we live in the same world, and I don't care for the existence of other possible worlds. If it is true in
Look.
this world then it's necessarily true.
Right.
Possible
You think
worlds
it's-
don't mean other worlds. It means like maybe this world in the future.
That's quite literally what that means.
No, you don't. You're ignorant about possible world semantics. Can somebody explain that?
Why do we have to explain that?
So an analytic truth is just the way that's defined. It just is the state of affairs within whatever is defined, and if that was, and the what you need to be arguing, because I make the same argument, but you're kind of not making it.
Who's talking right now?
correctly.
I don't know.
Justin.
I'm Justin, dude.
Justin.
Oh, why is your
So-
box not lighting up? It's not
Quite enough for me.
It is for me.
I don't know.
Yeah. Your shit sucks.
So so you're saying that something that's analytically true is just defined within the definition of the thing. It's just
Never
the
used the
way
word
it is. But
analytically
what you're talking about is the ontology of something. In another possible world, may make 1 + 1 = 2. In like, it may not be relevant to the state of affairs in that possible world. But that's a different argument than the one you're making.
Well, I'm not making that argument either. I don't.
Well, that's the
I don't
argument you
know- I
should
don't
be
know what you're
making,
talking
because
about.
1 + 1 = 2 is going to be if the definitions are going to make the thing the case, right?
Well, both can be true. Listen, I never used the term analytically true, but yeah, you can use analytically true,
Well, that's
merge
why
it
we're
with
trying to
necessarily
educate you.
true, and keep it going.
Why do you
Because
think we're-
ultimately,
why do
what
you
I'm
think this
ultimately
conversation
what
is
I'm trying to
boring?
accomplish here is let's just get back to the actual main topic. This is a whole bunch of subtopics that ultimately, when you break it down, don't hold much weight. Because let's get to the nitty gritty, right?
Well, that's your.
You don't
opinion.
believe,
can't
not
really
you,
build on it.
Justin,
You can't
but
really
the person
build
who
on
I'm
it.
arguing against, right?
Well,
Doesn't
you
believe.
can't really build on it though, because
I'm building on it right now. Watch me.
it's a confused point.
Watch me build. I'm finna build. Look at me. About to
Okay.
build. He doesn't truly he doesn't truly believe in what he's telling me. My fault. He doesn't truly believe. No, exactly what I just said. He doesn't truly believe in what he's telling me. Well, he says that time. He believes that in every instance of time, there was always time before, right? Meaning that he believes that time infinitely goes backwards, just as it infinitely goes forward. Now, he doesn't truly believe that because he doesn't even know that to necessarily be the case. He just believes it to be the case. And he can have that belief, but he can't argue it to me. He can't argue it to me because he doesn't have anything to stand on.
What?
So let's
just
move
did. You
past
just
that, 'cause
repeated
there's
his
nothing we can
argument.
go. There's
Yeah, I
no
was
way.
trying to-
There's
I was
no
You just
way.
repeated
There's
his-
no
I was
way.
trying to-
There's
I was
no
You just
way we can
repeated his
go.
argument.
I
What are
was
you saying? He
trying-
can't argue it when you just
He didn't
espoused the
argue
words
for
that
it.
came
He
out of
didn't
his
Yeah, you
mouth.
said-
argue
you
for
said,
it. He did not
let's-
argue for it at all.
You,
He made
yeah,
it.
That
what we
is
were
his
doing
argument.
that you called ignorant. You said this
I'm
is a.
trying to move
this-
past
Don't unmute. Just listen to me for 1 second. You said all this is a subtopic, but let's get back to the nitty gritty. When we strayed from the nitty gritty, yeah, cool. Yeah, he left. Cool.
Ugh.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's wild.
I tried to help him. I
Yeah,
did.
so Flowcat, are you here?
I'm back, baby.
All right, let's get into this Roman 9 genetic fallacy that you were doing.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So can you recite the verse, please?
Yeah, Romans 9, starting in verse 19, basically their question was, if God has already ordained everything, how can you still blame the human? How's the human accountable, responsible? Fill in the blank with whatever word you want.
Wait, there's fill in the blanks in the Bible? Recite the verse.
Well, yeah, sure. Yes, and Paul actually asked that question. One of you will say to me, then why does God still blame us, for who is able to resist his will? Verse 20, but who are you, a human being, to talk back to God? Shall what is formed say to the one who formed it, why did you make me like this? Does not the potter have the right to make out of the same lump of clay some pottery for special purposes and some for common use? What if God, although choosing to show his wrath and make his power known, bore with great patience the objects of his wrath prepared for destruction? What if he did this to make the riches of his glory known to the objects of his mercy, whom he prepared in advance for glory? So
Yeah, so
that's-
do you understand how can't God make the clay into whatever, for whatever purpose? You understand that's going to be begging the question that because God made us, God can command us or something. That's a genetic fallacy.
Not really. So it literally uses the illustration of a potter. So if a potter is sitting in front of a wheel with clay and they decide to make a cup, right, instead of a bowl, they decided to make the cup because they have the right to do that. They're the potter. the cup can't say, "Why'd you make me a cup, not a bowl?" Well, I mean,
Because
look,
cups can't talk.
because the potter decided to, right? Because God
Yeah, but-
decided to.
Look. All I'm saying is it doesn't follow that because something is begotten from something else, the thing has, moral like control over the other thing.
But I can demonstrate how you're making the category here very quick, very simply, right? So in the
And that we just got Flinter back up. Go ahead, Justin.
in the narrative of the Bible, if we're holding to the logic of the Bible, right, then you're going to have anything going to be a genetic fallacy for God, because basically it's you standing against God saying, I deserve X, Y, and Z, or this is what I believe is truth.
Okay.
And it's you versus God. And
So are you saying that this is not a genetic fallacy?
There has to be one ultimate truth maker between you, and if it's and there's only going to be one person that comes out of that situation, right? So
Yeah, but are you saying that this can't be a genetic fallacy because, like, if this is a genetic fallacy, then there are a bunch of other ones?
it's just a category error, because as far as I understand, a genetic fallacy is when the claim is accepted as true or false based on its origin rather than its actual merit.
Yeah.
So, but God, we're treating this person of God as the truth maker,
Well, I'm not- it's not really- it's not
everything
necessarily
that
in the
would
true or
be
false sense.
God would be engaged with would be a genetic fallacy. Him to act would be, because he's the one that gives things definitions in the first place. He's the one that gives things identity. So if he's identifying something as
Fallacy, a
good or
formal
bad,
fallacy or an informal fallacy?
I don't know. I didn't make the accusation. Is it a formal or informal?
Well, I mean, look,
I'm
it's
not-
just the claim that having the power to do something doesn't make it automatically morally right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
It's just a non sequitur.
Well, that's why I don't think that God can be classified as a moral agent and be a truth maker, because whatever he decided would objectively be true if he in fact exists.
Yeah, I think the distinction that I was going to make right before the other live got taken down was that God does not become moral because he commits certain actions, right? God commits certain actions because he is moral. The morality doesn't follow him doing something. It already
In virtue of what is he moral?
well his nature, everything about
So
God's
why?
nature
What
is
explains
moral.
why his nature is one way versus another way?
Scripture? We know God is holy, perfect, sinless, blameless, right?
No.
Those are-
No. What makes those properties of his nature good?
Yeah,
Is
because
it that he has them?
No,
so he
because
could have
God
any
is good.
set of properties and those would be good?
yeah, any property of God is good.
In virtue of what?
Reductio.
What do you mean?
So, if you wanted to start with the idea that God is like the moral property that informs like states of affairs such that we can draw moral facts and create moral
he is.
propositions,
He's the ultimate standard
that's
for morality.
fine. That's fine, but you would, just like any other issue within meta ethics, you're going to have to show where the access point to such a property exists.
No, I don't. I don't have to justify
Determined
God.
state. Well, no, you do, because what you
I
have
have
to
to
do
justify God.
No, you do, because in order to conclude a meta-ethical proposition, right, of any kind, from any system, be it objective, subjective, whatever, you have to be able to show that you can draw a moral fact.
Yeah.
And in order to draw a moral fact, you have to show that you can understand a state of affair.
Well, that's not
In
true.
order to understand a state of affair, you have to show that you have access to the property that's informing the state of
sure.
affairs.
1 second, Mob, go ahead.
Why would I need to draw moral facts in my view?
Oh, if you claim that there are no moral facts.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I would have to do those things if I were trying to convince you. But I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you.
No. This is an internal critique. This should be something you should be able to. They're right. You should have a reason that this is good. If you don't personally think this is good, then what are you arguing?
I believe.
Look, I'll remind you that you said I would be lying to you guys if I said I didn't shudder when I read passages like this, right?
Yeah. My human instinct, right, when I read that God has ordained something, but the human being is still accountable for it, is just like y'all. Like that doesn't make sense. Why would he still blame us? Well, luckily I have Romans 9 and other scriptures
Okay,
to
so
answer that.
yeah, so do you think that like pushing a kid down the stairs is wrong?
Yeah, I do. If
Why?
it's just, if
That's
decide
just
to
your
do that-
faulty human moral compass.
No.
Why?
It's because that's harmful, and we know that harm
Wait,
is
but what is harm? Everybody's deserving of hell. What's
Well, yeah.
harm?
deserving of
I
hell
mean,
by
that's
God's
certainly a claim.
deserving of hell by God's hand, not another human being judging it on them.
Wait, but did God ordain the pushing of the child down the stairs?
Yeah, He has ordained everything.
I don't know how there are any oughts in your moral framework.
Yeah, exactly.
God's ordained everything. I've answered.
Wait,
Yeah, but
Flinzer,
ought implies
Flo has solved the
can.
is-ought gap.
There is no ought within like a divine command structure. That's the whole reason that they hold it, is because they don't have to deal with showing how desire and value systems have to be justified.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
But that's only,
I hate that
but
doctrine,
that's
bro.
Like I
only,
said,
but
I don't
that's
need to
only a
justify
problem.
it. I'm not
That's
trying to
only a
convince you.
problem if you think that the only way to like resolve a synthetic statement is through logic. It's not. So
It's not that you need to convince us. It's that you don't seem to be convinced yourself because you're not showing
Me?
anywhere in your language
Wait,
where
you're talking to
this appears to you in some sense good. And that's really what you need to be doing
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
is
No.
Explaining how you come to any understanding in your psychology that this is good.
Yeah, the reason I think that God is all good is
In this
because-
specific verse, not just in general.
well, no. I know that God is all good in general. So every verse applies to that fact that God is good.
So when you say you've got some justification for the
Did
belief.
God give you a lobotomy and he just
Wait,
said,
what
like a
what
circular
theory?
definition?
What theory of knowledge do you hold?
What I don't know. What theory of knowledge do I hold?
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
say
what's
you
your
know
account of
something, do you
knowledge?
know that? Do you know it for reasons or for not reasons?
Outside of Scripture, I know things for reasons. Inside of Scripture, I know them because all
For
Scripture.
not reasons?
I know because
revelatory
they're all true.
epistemology.
No, because they're all true.
Right. But that's
Because you know it because it's all true.
Yeah, well, because 2 Timothy 3:16 says all Scripture is God breathed, and if I know that God is not
Yeah,
deceptive,
so that's going to be
wrong,
revelatory epistemology. The problem with that is that we don't have any access to that. Like, so for everybody else in this room, with the exception of you, right? None of us are
He
going to
doesn't
be
even
able
have
to like
access to
understand that.
be able to understand what.
What you're saying. So you basically, your epistemics is informed by some form of revelation, be it general or special, right? We don't have access to that. We don't think that exists. So we're not going to be able to resolve anything. And the only thing that you're going to be able to do is say, yeah, but bruh, the Bible.
No, yeah, I actually agree with you. 2 Corinthians 4:4 also agrees with you.
Yeah,
but
the
that
thing
doesn't.
is-
But the problem with that is that it's vacuous, right? Like it provides absolutely no information to the conversation whatsoever. There's nothing new being
He's okay with
generated.
that.
yeah, but you should still, either way, you should still have reasons why this is good. And I mean, I could help you, but I really feel like you need to like really think about this.
Wait. I think everything that God does is good because Scripture tells us that.
It's got to be
Yeah, but God does everything.
contextual, right?
It is. Well, yeah, 1 John 1:5. God is light and in him is no darkness at all.
This verse that we are going over,
Uh-huh.
it specifically needs to be you need to have a pathway to why this verse is a good thing.
Yeah, I do. I do have a pathway for it.
Can you elucidate?
Yes. So in John, we see that God is good and there's no darkness in him. Okay? So the reason that God ordaining these people, even for sin and evil purposes, is ultimately good is because it makes his power known. It makes the riches of his glory known. That is why, even in the evil and sin, it is ultimately good. And we know God is ultimately good because I just read that out of John. He is good, and in him there is no darkness.
There's like
Okay,
5 or
so-
6 circular arguments in there.
Yeah, it was. Are you speed running? Wait. Can you has anybody asked you just the standard? Like, how do you know that the Bible is true?
Because
Yeah,
it says it's
faith.
true.
Faith. All religion is.
And how do you How do you know that? How do you know that faith is a reliable belief forming mechanism?
How do I know faith is reliable?
Is a reliable belief forming mechanism.
Well, are you asking me personally, like based on my personal experience and walk with
Yeah, of
God.
course.
To the wall. We're talking to Michael Jackson.
Yeah. So I would tell you that the reason I know without a
Wait, we're
doubt
talking
is
to Michael Jackson?
First of all, big
Dude.
fan.
Go.
Hate the music though.
Love the man, hate the music.
Yeah.
I mean,
Love it.
look. Why can't you just love the man, right? Everything's all good, right?
Yeah.
And I know that because I read it in the Bible, bruh.
And I have
Wait,
faith
Flocat.
that that's
How do
what
you
it
know?
means.
The question is, so we stay a little bit linear. How do you know that faith is a reliable belief forming mechanism?
Yeah. Well, so first I'll tell you what my faith came from, right?
No.
Okay, so you don't want to know?
Well, maybe I want to know, but first I would like you to tell me why faith is a reliable belief forming mechanism. Do you think that people? So yeah, go ahead. I almost derailed myself there. I have ADHD.
I mean, do you agree that faith is belief without evidence?
Yeah,
Like it's some sort of non-inferential.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, but you said, because I want you to watch this, okay?
Yeah.
I said, how do you know the scriptures God breathed? You said faith. How do you know that faith is a good belief forming mechanism? You said it says in the Bible.
Right. Yeah, and so
If you were to draw that out on paper, what shape would it make?
Hold on. Here's the very, very important
Kind of an oval.
Here's the very important distinction that I'll make is yes, I have faith, but that's not even of my own will. I didn't decide that I'm just going to...
Yeah, we know that. Nothing is of your own will.
Yeah, you're a determinist.
God is making you say dumb stuff.
I don't think I can't really see her name. The real something.
I mean, you butcher everybody's names anyway. Just
Yeah, I don't think she was in
The
here.
real. The real. You can just call me the real.
The real. Yeah, the reason I have faith ultimately is because God ordained for me to have faith.
Yeah, but
Okay,
no, that's not
so-
the question. The
so
question
here's-
isn't,
here's my-
wait. The
here's
question
my
isn't why do you
point.
have faith. The question
Yeah.
is why do you think that faith is a reliable belief forming mechanism? And to put it more succinctly, do you think that people can come to the wrong conclusion on faith?
Yeah, totally.
Cool.
So then
If
it's
I
not
if I
reliable.
if I take it on faith that people under 2'3" are just not worth respecting, and I punch children,
Yeah, that.
what is wrong with that?
Well, that's
Well,
self-evident.
punching them would be inflicting harm on them, which is
Self-evident. That's great.
No, I'm saying I have faith that they're not people.
yeah.
You're not listening to the host.
Yeah, but the reason that I asked you, how do you have faith or why do you have faith and things like that is just like, do you use that faith to resolve like problems in your life? Like, so if you're going out, you're driving a car, and a bird flies out in front of you, do you just rely on faith to get you out of that? Or do you use some kind of like natural process of, say, learning how to drive a car, learning how to react to situations, things like that? Like, which one seems more sensible?
Yeah, I'd probably try and steer clear of that.
Why?
Like, I would have to
Why
physically
would you
do
try to
something
steer
to-
clear of the bird?
So I don't
faith.
hurt myself ultimately.
Okay,
It's
but
not
why
in
would
virtue
you
of
need-
faith.
Yeah. So, but like, you did that for a variety of reasons, both skill and, evolutionary, just a whole bunch of shit went into that decision, right? None of that came into that because I have faith in God. So all your knowledge about how to deal with that situation didn't come from God.
All my knowledge did come from God.
You're saying that God is the arbiter of those
Wait.
things.
Yeah,
How do
everything.
you know your knowledge came from God?
Because God is the creator of everything.
How do you know God's the creator of everything?
You
laugh.
tells us
That laugh he
So-
outs you as being
So now
insufferable.
we've got,
You know
now
that?
we've got to the
I think
fun
I'm throwing that
part,
immediately.
right? Now
inside.
we've got-
Wait. Let Midnight finish his line, please. The real.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking him how he knows that, and he just laughs like he's being insufferable. Like, that's ridiculous.
No, I know it for a couple reasons. One, which you don't accept as evidence because
Don't tell me what I accept and don't accept.
Yeah.
Just say what
Okay.
you believe.
Yeah, so I believe because Scripture says that, and also because I can walk outside and see everything, right? And that's evidence. Not only that, but that evidence points back to Scripture, Romans 1:19 and 20, where it tells us all of his qualities have been made known to us, so we are without excuse. So I can say, so I walk outside and I see the earth. I know that's evidence of God. And I also see that Scripture talks about this being evidence of God. So I can put 2 and 2 together and say, yeah, it's pretty apparent to me that God does exist. Now, the reason I'm able to come to that conclusion is because I have been drawn to that conclusion, like we see in John 6:44. See how it's all personal things that are happening that are
No.
also explained in Scripture very clearly?
No, because I look out the window, I
Well, then
see
you want-
trees, I don't see any God in it.
Right, that
Just
would
because
be
you're-
second
Let me
Corinthians.
finish.
Yeah.
I let you
No,
speak.
there's
Good
scripture
God,
for that too.
Flowcat, don't be insufferable. Good
Don't be a
God,
lol
man.
cow. Be a Flowcat.
Yeah, I look out the window and I see trees. I don't see any God. I don't care if a book claims that a deity made all this. You don't have an exclusive book where the only book where a deity made everything. Are you aware of Gaia? That is another creator deity. You have yet to provide any evidence that's exclusively to your God to prove anything beyond, well, my book said so. That's all you've said this entire time is my book says so and I believe it.
Yeah. So
And
everything.
under your view, God could allow you to be deceived
Hold on, let me
about
respond to him.
everything.
Let me respond to him. So the first thing you said about you looking out the window and all you see is
That'd be
trees,
global.
not God.
Yeah.
Yeah, so even you looking out the window and not seeing God, only seeing trees, that's also in Scripture. That'd be 2 Corinthians 4:4, where it says,
What?
the God of this age has blinded the minds of the unbelievers so that they cannot see the glory of Christ. So
it's your own God's fault. Awesome. I'm glad you accept that
I wouldn't
your
say fault.
God
I
is
would
blinding
say-
me. This is great. Wonderful
He bites that
conversation.
bullet. He loves that bullet. He swallows
the God
a
of
whole
this
clip
age-
full.
It's tasty.
The God of this age is referring to Satan, actually. He's blinded the minds of the unbelievers.
Yeah,
and
but God
he gave him
ordained
power.
it.
Yeah,
Who
God.
gave him
Yeah,
power.
yes, God did ordain it. Yeah.
Who made the God? Who made that God?
God.
Who made God?
No, who made the God you're referencing? Satan. Who made that?
Yeah, God. God created Satan. He created everything.
Right,
God,
and God's
dude.
the author of everything.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
So therefore, yes, it is
Yes.
God, just like in
Yes.
Job. Thank you for clearing that up.
Sure. Yeah,
so
sure.
it's your
you can say
God's
that.
choice that I don't see him, and I don't just take the word. You see, it's your own God's fault. So
Yeah.
God's a
I'll-
narcissist.
yeah,
So
I'll
What are we
that's
just-
supposed
like a
to do?
narcissist.
Oh,
Flowcat,
yeah, you-
what are we
you
supposed
actually-
to do?
You
Nothing.
just did the thing
right?
that
We
I
can't.
actually called earlier. I said all
Spencer,
atheists,
we can't do anything.
once
No,
we
we
get to
can't
this
do
point,
anything.
they just call him a narcissist.
Wait, I have some questions.
No one's
that,
I haven't
that
called him a narcissist.
Fletcher and you, Jod, wanted to ask.
Fletcher.
The answer.
Insufferable laugh gave you away.
Yeah. Fletcher and Uji, Flowcat.
Yo, what up?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Yeah. Do you think that you have access to all the reasons that guide God's conduct? Wink, wink.
Say that again?
No.
Do you think you have access to all of the reasons that guide God's conduct?
That God's conduct?
That
That
guide.
that motivate God to act the way that He acts.
No. That's like when we see in Romans that we're looking through a glass darkly and not everything has been revealed to us. It's like puzzling.
Cool.
Not everything has been revealed to us. It's like puzzling
Cool.
reflections in a
So
mirror.
God-
So,
so-
no,
so
it hasn't
we-
all been revealed to
Can
me.
we from now on reference that opaque glass as God's private reasons or God's secret reasons?
Yeah, that haven't been revealed to us. Yeah, that's yeah, sure.
Cool. So
Sure.
so what's the note of secret reasons? He doesn't have make Flowcat be convinced that Romans and Corinthians and all this stuff is true when it's not, and make him think that faith is a good belief forming mechanism when it's not, and make him think that every verse is God breathed when it's not, and make him think that God created Satan when he didn't, and make him think that his sense data is reliable and when it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could, but to me that seems like it'd be deceptive. and we know
Wait, you
he's
said
not.
he could?
Well, yeah. God.
No, but
Well,
if
why
God
would
did
that-
it would be just.
Right. Why would that be any worse than me saying he's prepared objects for wrath
God,
and destruction?
because you have
That-
no
that'd be the same
basis for believing anything if your God can allow you to be deceived.
Well, hold on. A long
about
time
everything.
ago, I said that every human being, right, elect or not, is deserving to go to hell, and that would be
Stop.
just.
Wait, Flowcat. This is a much more fundamental objection. We're saying you think hell is real.
Uh-huh.
Is it possible that God has a morally good reason to allow you to be deceived about a single moral fact, any moral fact at all?
No, because that would mean God lied, and God does
No,
not.
Allow
he
you to
didn't.
be deceived.
No, he tells us that there is
Wait,
eternal
have you
separation.
ever thought something was good and found out it was bad?
Like the
Yeah.
Holocaust, you think it
Yeah.
was bad, but now you think it's
You
God
have?
ordained.
No,
Okay,
I
so-
think,
so
I think
God
the
lied.
Holocaust was evil and horrible, but it was ordained by God.
The question is, have you ever thought something was good and you found out it was bad?
Like changed my mind, decided, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, okay, so God lied.
No. How did God lie?
Because you said if you were allowed to be deceived about any moral fact, then God lied.
No, that's not what I said. I said,
Okay,
you
then
asked
let
the
me ask you
question
the
of-
question again. Maybe
you
I
were talking
misunderstood.
about hell. Yeah, you were
Could
talking
God
about hell.
have morally good reasons to allow you to be deceived about any moral fact?
Yeah, that's what happens to the non-elect. They are deceived by Satan, and he has
So
good
when
reasons.
you said no earlier,
Goes deeper.
yeah, it goes way deeper. Do you think that God could have morally good reasons to allow you to be deceived about anything at all, like any one thing at all?
I think God only has morally good reasons for everything.
So
that you don't
if-
have access to.
Yeah,
Correct.
but
Some things, yeah, some things have not been revealed
well,
to
the
us.
secret ones, yeah, but you don't know what the secrets are, and because you don't know what the secret ones are, you don't know if your sense data is reliable.
Well, we've been talking about one. Like, how is a human being accountable, even though God ordained
These
it?
things, human beings,
I
you
don't
don't know that they exist because God's secret reasons could be to deceive you that they exist.
Like we're in a simulation, basically.
Oh, I'm gonna invite Hale up.
Yeah, yeah. The only
be
things
right.
that I can claim to be absolutely true that I believe are things in Scripture, because we know God does not lie in all
now
Scripture.
you
is
wanna
God-breathed.
believe.
Well, that's just what a liar would say.
Flowcat, exactly. What if on
Oh.
God's little sticky note of secret reasons, he said, make Flowcat think that I'm always truth revealing when I'm only mostly truth revealing?
That would be a lie. That would be a lie.
Well, don't you
I
think
think it's good. It's good to own people as property, then, Flowcat.
Yeah,
Oh, so that way, are we going into the
There's
slavery?
the insufferable laugh because you didn't read his book.
On your view,
There's
God
the
could
insufferable
lie
laugh 'cause you
and
didn't
it
read
would
his
be
book.
good.
Oh,
Just
that
like
was...
God can hold people morally accountable for things that they're not the authors of and still be just.
Yeah, that's what we.
On
that's
your
what
on
we've
your
been saying.
view, God can lie
Yeah.
and still be good.
No. God has never lied. I never have said God
Look,
can lie.
God
God
can
can't lie.
look. God can do
Are you
anything.
sure?
Anything
God-
God does is
No, he
good.
can't do things outside of his nature.
Yeah, God cannot
You
lie.
sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you
can-
have
on God's
total
little sticky note,
access to
on
the
God's little sticky note,
Yes,
you know, it could
exactly.
say, make you think that lying is outside of my nature.
Wait.
No,
Right here, right now.
really,
Right
could
here, right
only
now.
lie if I had a
You
really,
requested
really,
me to
really
come up.
good
Are you willing
reason.
to concede that you lost the vegan debate?
Of course not.
Okay, so you realize that you didn't have a source for that, correct?
No, I didn't. I don't realize that I didn't have a source. I realized that I didn't give you a source. That
Yeah, you
cows-
didn't give a source. You
Yeah,
Yeah,
lost.
that
this-
cows
this
feel more
guy.
pain than crickets. Is that what you're here to talk about?
No,
Oh,
I'm
that's
just here
easy
to
to show.
recognize that you lost that debate. But if you want to go into this, I'll do it right now.
Wait,
Well, no, we're talking to Flowcat right now, but you
Let's
can.
not
after-
derail.
I mean,
wait
yeah,
your
you
turn.
can go to Flowcat, but I'm obviously the best person. When you want to talk about Christianity up here, let's do it.
We're getting all the
Flowcat's been talking to us for an hour, so.
Well, Flowcat, have you ever read 1 Kings 22:22?
That was good. This Hale dude, that got a good laugh out of me.
you,
Wait, was someone
guys want to
talking to
get
me?
cooked? You guys got your pants ready?
Yeah, Flowcat, Midnight asked you a question.
I'm
Yeah.
a Christian,
Have you ever
actually.
read 1 Kings 22:22?
Let's see. Is
And
this the
for
bear?
context, this is
the bear
God talking.
passage?
For context, this is God talking. Well, 1 Kings 22:22.
1 Kings 22:22.
No, Flowcat, you already did it wrong.
Yeah, I will go forth and become a lying spirit in the mouths of all his prophets.
That's
Yeah,
God talking.
right. Yeah. So he put evil, right, or deception
Right.
in those
So
prophets.
he is the liar. So
No,
you're
no,
wrong
he-
again, Flowcat. He
No,
is. He admits it right there.
Well, you can also
Hold on,
do
hold on,
things
hold on.
secondarily, right?
Yeah, exactly. He became a lying spirit in the mouths, right? He created.
Oh,
in the
so we're gonna
darkness.
do
He
semantics
is not.
gymnastics. Let me put a gold medal in chat for you for that one, Flowcat. Good job.
I mean, that's like
Good job.
super low
I
surface
don't
level
hold to
foundation.
Calvinism.
There you go. This
Why
is
don't you? Why do
super
you guys
low
only want to talk to
level
a
D
Protestant?
from you, Flowcat?
Why don't you
'cause
talk to
knows
somebody
what
else
the
that's
book
not a
says.
Protestant?
We're gonna. Hey, read the panel. It says all my homies versus one theist. Flowcat's the one theist
Wait,
right now.
Flowcat,
Well-
I have a question.
Oh
Flowcat
wow,
rejects
you guys are just piling on. Why
I
don't
know,
you guys
Hale,
debate
I
with
know,
me?
okay.
Yeah,
Debate with
Flowcat
me.
likes it though.
Flowcat, do you think Satan could?
Oh my God.
or
Hold on,
you
hold
think-
on, wait, hold on. When it says "I will go," do you know who this is?
Oh my
talking?
God.
I
It
already
says, "I will
told you
go
the
forth and become
context.
a lying
Hey,
spirit."
Flowcat, Uji's
You know who's
asking
talking?
you a question.
Hold on. They don't even. You think this is God talking? This is a demon.
Whatever.
Hale is a demon.
Imagine running
Okay.
from actually somebody that'll cook you.
Yes,
Did
yes,
God
yes.
did
Okay.
God ordain for that demon?
Bro,
to talk?
hold on.
You're saying though the
God
demon is
sent
the
lying
Lord?
spirit.
Wait, host.
God sent the lying spirit. It was
Host.
God's command to send it out. You are horrible, Flowcat.
Hold on, host. Are you?
Crashed here.
Wait,
There's
no.
Justin up there.
You didn't answer my question. Do you know who's talking in this passage when it says "I will go forth"?
Yeah,
It
who
says
sent them?
it's the Lord.
And who said go out? Who said go and do it, Flowcat?
Go read your book and tell me who said,
go and do it.
Yeah.
Why are you guys talking to a weak Calvinist? Let's go.
Okay.
Let's debate.
Anyways, wait. I want to
We
ask
should
the
talk
weak
to a
Calvinist
rigid,
question real quick. Sorry.
Orthodox Catholics with the stick up their butt, right?
Yeah,
What do you know what I am? Let's get into the debate. How do you,
Okay.
Let's get into the debates of Scripture.
Hell.
Let's go.
Really bad.
You guys can keep running if you want
One
to.
sec.
You can go talk to all the Protestants in the world.
Hale,
Talk to
I
me.
know that you think you're very important, but you're not very important to us.
Important.
What
Why
you're
don't- Let's go.
Yeah, what you're saying.
Okay, Flowcat. You think that Satan, God can allow Satan? Well, actually, God determines Satan to deceive people sometimes,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you think that, well, in your view, it's possible that God allowed Satan to, write the entire Bible, and
No, Second Timothy 3 says all Scripture is God breathed. Not some
Yeah,
of it might
that's
be.
but
exactly
Satan
what
could have
Satan
written
would
that.
do.
That's another.
Satan could have written that, right?
Yeah, that would mean Jesus would have had to lie too. And Jesus is God.
claim.
Well, the story
No.
of Jesus. Yeah.
Well, yeah, Jesus is God. Okay,
Well,
and Jesus speaks in
The whole
in
story
Scripture.
of Jesus could be written
So
by Satan.
Jesus would have had to be lying.
The whole
No, the whole
of-
story of Jesus could have been written by Satan.
Oh, okay. So now you're the dude that the Christ before Jesus. Jesus did not exist. You're him now. We're having that discussion.
No. Jesus could have existed, but everything you know about Jesus' existence is written down in the Bible that could have been written by Satan, right?
No, because
Why not?
it's all Scripture is God breathed. 2 Timothy 3:16.
Yeah, but
Satan
that was
could have
written.
written that.
Yeah, it could have been Satan that wrote that.
Yeah, well, that would have had to mean that it was Satan that came down as a cloud, talked to Moses.
No, Satan could have written that down.
So all of it's false.
No,
Could be
I
in
mean,
your view.
it
Yeah, you
doesn't
can
matter
believe all
whether
of
it's
it's
true or
false.
false. The
Yeah,
point
you
is that
can-
Satan could have written the Bible.
Yeah, you can come up with like any what if to describe how you don't believe the Bible to be true, but
Yeah, but that's what you do with God. Do you understand that if you can posit God to explain any phenomena, then God explains it holds no explanatory power?
And the other point that we're getting at is that if
I
God,
don't need explanatory power. That's the thing is I'm not trying to convince anybody here. I've said that over and
But
over.
we're showing you how you have no explanatory
You
power
should.
I don't-
in
I don't-
your
This is
worldview.
how you do it. This is
That's
how
fine.
you justify
You
it.
have no
grounded in
reasons
faith.
for believing what you believe.
You should
Well,
be
I
able
do-
to
I
ground
do
your
have
faith.
Just
in that.
faith.
So that's a you said I don't have reasons, but that
That's
came
right.
right after I don't have explanatory power. I don't need to have
Reasons are explanatory.
I don't have to be able to explain it to somebody else. I understand my own faith.
That's
and
not
my
what I
own-
said, but thanks for the straw man.
Yeah, no, I don't have
I'll
to
put it in
explain
my
my own
collection.
calling and understanding to you. That doesn't make it true or false or have power. I believe it because I believe it and I was called. Just because I can't explain it. to
Exactly. You
does
believe
not
it because
debunk it.
you believe it.
Correct.
That's
And because
exactly
I
right.
can't yeah, because I can't explain it.
That's
to
not
you.
a reason.
That doesn't. Well, yeah.
That's a tautology.
Well, yeah, you're not going to take it as a reason.
You shouldn't take it as a reason.
Well, okay,
I
so
believe
now
it
you're-
because I believe it.
Okay. Yeah, so
That's
you're
not a reason.
well to you. Yeah, it's called faith, which you
Oh,
don't
you
have.
think believing something is a reason for that person to believe something?
When it comes to being drawn by Christ, yes, absolutely.
Why do you
Yeah, so
believe
Flocat,
you were
what's
drawn by
hap-
Christ? Because I believe I was drawn by Christ.
Right. So, Flocat, what you're doing right now, you're doing it a top-down justification, and
No,
right
I'm
now
not trying
what
to
we're looking
justify
for,
anything.
what we're looking
I keep
for.
saying
See,
that.
hold on. Excuse
I
me.
keep saying that over and
You've
over.
succeeded in not
second.
justifying it.
One
Y'all are-
second.
y'all are
What
putting
you
words into
need,
my mouth that I never said.
Flocat, what you need is you also need a ground-up justification for your
Why?
faith.
Yeah, I do.
And a
God.
middle
God.
out.
No, that's a
The
top-down.
foundation is God.
No, that's a
The
top-down.
foundation is God. That's
That's a
very
top-down.
God.
That's a
Everything
top-down.
I know is based on the foundation of God that He exists.
Justin,
That's
are you
bottom
saying
to
you need a
top.
bottoms up and bottom is like basic sensory data?
Yeah, like how do you get from you to God, not God to you? How do you get
The
from
micro
you to
W.
God?
How do I get from me to God? What do you mean?
Never, okay. Just
How do you get
when
from
your
your
own
phenomenal
time,
sense
I would
data
just do
to
a little
anything
bit
else?
of research and how to ground your worldview. Just do some research into it. That's the gap.
But
That's
if you
the
can
gap.
be convinced by something that has no explanatory power, then you're just, I don't know, you know?
Yeah, well, blessed. Yeah, blessed are those who have not seen yet believe.
Like you're violating some basic norms of agency.
Because I can't explain to you
No,
why
not
I
because you
believe
can't
what I
explain,
believe in a way
because
that
you
you'll accept.
assert that you have no reasons.
No, I have a ton of reasons. You just don't accept them as reasons.
Oh, I mean epistemic reasons, not like pragmatic reasons.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, Flowcat, you gotta watch Justin W. debate and
Oh,
take
dude,
notes
I cannot.
because he does a great
That
job of
dude is
grounding
an
his
absolute.
Hey,
worldview.
Russell, do
That
you want to
dude.
lay out the
What,
syllogism for
Dude,
tag?
hold on.
what,
That
yeah, what is your syllogism? What are we
Spoken like someone that doesn't
presupposing?
have a
What
worldview.
evidence don't you have besides everything?
what?
Exactly.
No, hold
No,
on.
look
I
at.
want
I
Justin
think
to
we're moving on to
argue his
Rasul
view because
now.
I want Flo to take
Nah,
notes.
no.
Take
There-
notes because Justin's a great example of this bottom up
Well, that's
Dude,
awesome. Yeah,
argumentation.
I don't think it's
no.
necessary to explain
down,
any
bottoms
Justin,
up.
please
approach.
Yeah.
show Flowcat how it's done.
Dude,
Wait, face down, ass up. That's the way I like to precept.
Shout out to Cole.
If Rasul thinks you do a good job, I think
You run.
should throw your hat in. You
No,
just
wait.
call it quits.
Rasul always just finished jogging 2 blocks. He's a good guy. Hey, Flowcat, thanks for the combo. I think we're going to move on to somebody else. But if you have any last words, you can say them.
No, that sounds great.
He needs to change his name to Lolcow. That would just-
Lowcat.
Yeah, lol cows they're always a tough one for me. It's a really thin line between genuine lol cow
Speak
and
of
like
the devil.
LARPing,
go.
you know.
Are we gonna actually debate now, or are you guys?
Well, it's
gonna...
Rasul's turn now, but after that, it'll be Justin
it's
W's
Rasul.
turn.
Rasul,
Yeah, you
will
lost your
pass
place in
time on
line.
to me, Rasul? Will you pass yours on to me?
Hold on. I want to give my time. I want to pass my time to Hale.
Let's
No,
go.
time
Here we
isn't
go.
the kind
Go
of
ahead,
thing
Hale.
that you can
Look
Nice.
at that!
Wait,
Look at that!
Rasul.
Look at that! They
Give us
don't
time to
want
Hale.
to mess with it.
This is what
let's
they
go.
do.
All right,
Let's
yeah.
go. Yeah.
Hey,
Okay, so, what are you criticizing when you're criticizing Christianity exactly?
Oh, me?
Whichever one of you dummies want to speak up to get.
You
cooked.
dummies! I love it.
Yeah, you Midnight. I'm talking to Midnight.
Sure, why not? A lack of evidence.
Okay,
That's
let's
my
go.
issue.
1v1 Midnight. Me and Midnight. Let's go. Yeah.
A lack of evidence.
No, what are you criticizing exactly? The text, the traditions, what exactly?
Just to be
I
clear,
don't.
you guys can do a 1v1, but it is
Okay, let's go.
is one theist versus everybody. But
Okay, yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
in a like vicious debate. I know that you're going to do Bloodsport debate. You're going to do prop Rolodex, but
Yeah, let's go.
yeah. Okay, cool.
I don't need to
Nah,
do the
I won't,
Rolodex.
though.
I don't even need
He's
to
not.
do the
He's not going to
Rolodex
like
in
me
this
because I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
read the script.
Yeah. Okay. So what are you? Okay.
you,
So
you hold the
Midnight.
burden of proof there,
No,
since you
no,
believe
I'm
it.
asking
Yes,
you what
yes,
you're
yes,
criticizing.
Yes.
You
I
already. Does
told
anyone
you.
not want
I
to
already
run the
told you.
debate? What
I
are you
already told you,
criticizing?
Hale.
Okay.
No,
When you say
you're pulling-
when you say
You're
Christianity.
pulling the Delulu Dawkins move and trying to
No,
shift the
I don't.
burden of
Dude,
proof onto
Dawkins.
me.
Dude,
You're
I
the
probably hate
believer.
Dawkins more than
You're
all
the
of you guys.
believer.
Dawkins.
Hale, you're
Dawkins
the
is
believer.
trash. Dawkins is
Hale,
trash.
you're the
Let's go.
believer. Hale,
Yeah.
you're the believer. You need
When
to
you
provide
say
evidence.
Christianity, what are you talking about, or what are you going against?
What am I going against? What am I talking about?
you're an atheist?
I'm an atheist. I don't
Okay.
believe it's true.
Okay, your worldview is atheistic.
That's not a worldview. You don't even understand.
Okay. Wait.
atheism. Putting that out
You
in the
don't think
beginning.
you don't
You already
think
put
not
that out in
having
the
a
beginning.
worldview?
Thank you. You
Look
have
how he's running.
horrible
Look how he's running.
understanding
He's gonna run
already.
from me. Look how he's
No,
running. Do you think having a worldview is not having a worldview is a worldview?
What is it? You need to define atheist for me first, because you don't even understand what it means, apparently.
Well, whatever you mean by it.
No, you
brought up the
define it.
term.
Since
I would
just
say
saying
that
the worldview.
you have no
Would you
belief. You
stop
have no
talking
belief
over
in
me,
God.
Mr. Everybody's running. I'm a
You
tough
asked me a
guy?
question.
Answer. No, you answer the question. Where's your evidence? Provide evidence.
That
I'm
you're an
listening.
atheist because you claim to be one?
No, you're God being real. Provide
No,
evidence.
the question.
I'm not going to do that.
No, the question. Wait, hold up, hold
can
up,
we stop
hold
the,
up.
hey, wait 1 second. Can we stop the characterizations of each other? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So when he's criticizing the Christian worldview, which type
When
of
was I
Christian?
criticizing it?
Based on your conversations that you had with the last guest, the
Do you
questions that
think
you
that was
had.
me criticizing the worldview?
Let's say it was just questions that you had. Which questions are you
That's
asking to the
different.
Christian
No,
worldview?
see, now we're shifting the goalpost.
Why are you
You saw
running
that,
from
right?
it? Does
Now
anyone
you're moving the
capable of
goalpost.
debating
Do
that's
you know
not
what
going to
moving the
run?
goalpost is? Because
Is anyone capable of debating that's not going to run?
Wait, can we just, as a point of contingent, can we just not do any more meta?
I want to
That'd be
understand.
great to have
Okay,
no more meta,
my
Hale.
question has to do with which Christians are you attacking exactly?
I'm not attacking
Catholics,
any Christians.
Protestants, Orthodox, which ones? But
Why
when
are
you
you
talk,
why are you accusing me of attacking anybody?
because you're attacking Scripture itself.
No, I'm
correct?
not.
Okay,
No,
what
I'm
are
not.
you? Okay, so what's the argument that
I think
Christianity
the
is
point of
false?
contention is that there's not evidence for a creator of the universe.
Okay, based on which understanding of the scripture or the oral traditions?
No
What's
script, no
Christianity?
scripture is needed to say that there's not
Oral
evidence.
oral traditions?
You
There's no
provide the evidence, and then I'll examine
No,
it.
I'm
That's how this
saying when you're
works.
talking about Christians, who are you
See,
talking about?
you see, now you're moving back to that
I'm
question.
not
but
moving
we're
back
actually
to
not
anything.
talking
I've
about
asked this question
anything.
the whole time. Why
This
can't
is
you
called
answer such
semantic
a?
gymnastics.
Is anyone able to answer this question up here?
Yeah,
Which
Hale,
questions are you critiquing?
do you think
I
that
already did answer
do you
it.
think that a mind created the universe?
Not a created mind. What do you mean when you say mind? What do
Just
you
a
mean by
mind.
mind?
Yeah, just a mind.
A mind of what? A created mind or an
Do you think?
uncreated mind?
Well, let me be more.
No, I asked you a
straightforward.
direct question. Why won't you answer it?
See how he shifts?
I've-
You see how
okay,
he
let me
shifts
answer
the
it now.
burden of
Let me answer it
proof onto
now.
anybody
A created
else
mind or an
holding
uncreated
the claim
mind?
of God's real.
God.
No. Okay.
Whether
Who,
it's
are we
created
going?
or
Are we going one at
uncreated.
a time? I'll go against
Uncaused.
everybody, but are we going one at a time? Who am I talking
No.
to?
I'm going to point out every
Am I
time
talking
you commit a
to
horrible fallacy.
mind
Doesn't even
Spencer or
Conscious,
Midnight or Yugi?
intentional
Hale, you said you were going to do a 1v8.
consciousness.
I know, but we need to have a little bit of decorum in order to answer questions.
Okay, yeah,
You
I
would
think
agree?
the
Then
only
stop
one who's not
committing
having
logical
decorum here is
fallacies.
you.
Okay,
but let-
what's the
answer.
justification that logic itself exists?
Yeah,
Since
that's
you brought-
strike. That's wait.
But
That's
it's
strike
one.
one. If you do this, like, what's
So
your
you're-
justification
yeah,
for
yep,
justification
you're gonna
itself?
kick me because you can't.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You can't debate exactly.
The thought of thought. The
You're free
justification for
supping. Yeah, the
justification.
thought of
You are
thought.
free
Yeah, why don't
supping,
you
Hale.
debate with me? Let's debate.
Yeah. So my question is, do you think that God created the universe?
The question was not a question to me. I asked you a question about a created mind or an uncreated mind.
An uncreated mind.
Okay, and when you think uncreated mind, what do you mean by that?
God,
Okay, God, which God?
the one you believe in.
But it's got a consciousness.
Wait,
it's
which
an
God do I
agent, it
believe
has
in?
thoughts,
Wait, hold up.
perception,
Do you believe in a God?
Host is talking. Which God do I believe in?
Do you believe in a God?
Yeah.
That one.
Okay, which God do I believe in?
Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God.
The Christian God.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have a mind?
Yeah, he has an uncreated mind.
Cool.
Okay, is that a mind?
Is that materially different?
Wait. Who am I answering to here?
It's the same
Hey,
question.
yeah, it's the
Okay,
same.
so am I answering to you, Florence?
¿Por qué no los dos?
Florence?
Florence?
Fletcher.
Whatever weird
for the
name,
sake of
whatever
being
weird name you
insufferable. You're
created,
saying like how-
whatever weird name you created to be different. Do you want to debate, or are you just going to
Fletcher?
chime in from time to time?
Both.
Wait,
So,
Do you want to debate? Who wants to debate here? Who are we
we answered
debating?
your question. The Christian God. Do you believe the Christian God created the universe?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, what's the argument?
What, that it's a possibility, or the argument that the Christian God created the universe?
The latter.
Yeah, I would just ask, when you say the argument, do you believe that arguments are valid in themselves?
Ask the question again.
Are arguments valid? If I made an argument.
Yeah, so it shouldn't matter. You just
valid,
pretend like you're in a room alone and present evidence for the Christian God, like in an argument form.
No, I'm saying, do you believe that arguments are valid? If I did make
Would
an
you
argument.
ask this question?
Mhm.
I believe that arguments can be valid and they can be sound, yeah.
So arguments are valid, and if I have to subscribe to an argument, what's the argument that arguments themselves have justification
That's
or
strike
that they're
two.
valid?
That's strike two. That's going to be strike two, okay?
You're not going to answer my question.
I'm
I want to
asking
know.
you a
I
question
want to.
currently.
I want to understand your process.
I'm
to
asking
say
you
that
a question, brother.
Maybe. What if I hold that arguments aren't valid? Why do you?
Do you
believe
hold
they
that
are?
arguments aren't valid?
No, I'm asking the question.
Do you hold that arguments aren't valid?
So you're not going to answer my question like you did in the vegan.
I did
debate.
answer your question.
Okay, so if I was to make an argument right now and it was sound, do you think it would be valid?
Of course.
It wouldn't be necessarily valid. if it
Okay,
was sound.
why are arguments valid? Why should I have to make one?
Do you
my
think they
question.
are?
No, the question is for you, the argument for arguments themselves, the
Yeah,
justification
you're
for
dodging
arguments.
my question.
Nobody's
Which is
dodging. I want to
provide an
understand.
argument for
I
the Christian
want to
God,
explore.
please, question
I
mark.
want to explore and
That's- no,
understand
that's
your
not what this
position
is
better.
for.
I
don't
want
have
to
a position.
explore.
I don't
Yes,
have a
you.
position. I
Wait,
don't-
saying that you don't have a
Pretend-
position. Wait. Have a
Pretend-
position. Wait.
Pretend you're in an empty room alone.
Just to say you don't have a position is a
I
position.
think he is in an empty room alone.
Yeah, let's go. Let's debate. When you say that arguments are valid, I would like to have the argument that I would like to have the argument that arguments are valid.
Okay,
because
then
you're saying,
I take it back. Run the argument.
no, I want to understand your position.
I don't have a position.
Okay, why do you not hold this position any longer?
What do you mean?
Because you did a second ago. You asked me to give an argument.
Yeah, it's because I have revelatory epistemology, and I know that atheism is true because of the impossibility of the contrary.
So when you say that you have epistemology, you're talking about the study of knowledge, correct?
I'm not sure. I'm agnostic.
You're agnostic about the knowledge you
I don't know
hold to say,
why does
wait,
your
hold up,
argument
hold up,
depend on
hold
his
up.
views?
It's not about dependency. Hold up a second. I'm talking to the host right now. When you say that you have epistemology, you're talking about the study
I'm
of knowledge.
I'm agnostic as to what I meant by all of that.
Wait, do you have knowledge or do you not have knowledge? Do you have knowledge that
I'm agnostic.
Do you have knowledge that you're agnostic?
I'm agnostic about that claim.
Well, if you don't have knowledge,
So
or
now,
you do have,
now that I've answered all
look
your
at you
questions,
run!
can
Look
get
at
to the
you
argument
run!
for
Do you?
God? Can you get to the argument for God, please?
Are you gonna keep muting me? I asked you a question. Are you gonna keep muting me?
What was your question?
The question
Wasn't
was
an
about.
argument.
Wait, hold up a second. I'm trying to explore his view more to make sure that it's
Wait,
relevant to the
The goal is
conversation.
not to explore this view.
You asked
The
a question.
goal-
If
you
I
said
commit
God
to,
created the universe.
if I commit
Just
to,
say you don't
if,
have an argument.
if I
that's
commit,
independent of someone
hold
else's
up,
views.
hold up, soy boy, hold up a second.
You don't
I'm talking
have
to
an
the host.
argument that's independent
Hold
of
up,
another
hold
person's
up. I'm
views?
talking to the host. Why can't
Is
you
that
guys let
right?
me talk to the host?
You
We can't.
don't? Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
can't but talk to the
I've got
host.
no time.
Boo-hoo.
Wait,
You
who
can't talk
kicked
to the
him?
host when you
Hey,
Sorry, I've got no time for that sort of, I've got no time for that sort of nonsense.
It is stupid, yeah.
Good job, host. You knew the script and you were running it just like
Russell, you get your time back.
Yeah, Rizal, you can have your time back. Wait, just to be clear, Hale, for if you're streaming on YouTube,
Hey guys,
everybody ran away
hold
from
on. I have five.
Yeah,
Hold
sure.
on, wait up. I have five. My phone's at 5%. I need to
Always
charge
at
it.
5%.
I'll stay on as it's charging, but I won't be able.
Okay,
If you guys can move over to Justin, I'll be right after Justin.
Hey, you guys want me to bring
Thanks.
up wait, you guys want me to bring up J-Rob or Forrest Mendez?
J-Rob's not a mod here, so he can't bully me.
Who's for?
J-Rob is the best. Oh, wait, actually, yeah.
J-Rob is love.
J-Rob is
Love.
Well, the last 3 times
Miss
J-Rob was
Mason.
up here, he like disconnected. Oh, Hex wants to be up here too. Hex, wait, Hex, do you believe in God, Hex?
Say what?
Do you believe in God?
I'm revisiting that, so I'll commit to it. I'll entertain the debate.
So no?
Well, it's like a
You
270. Like I started out as a devout Christian, and then I was a militant atheist, and now I'm like, there's probably something out there.
What's a militant atheist?
Like,
It just means you got information,
like religious
a
people
lot,
are
marched
stupid.
around.
And, yeah.
Well, some are.
Was it my argument that convinced you?
Yo, is your phone at 5% or did you just run 5 miles?
So, Hex, you found out that atheists can be stupid
Both.
too?
I mean, I knew that. It was just a
Oh,
matter of like the teenage pendulum swing of like, I need to be right and prove it to everybody else. Whereas now I'm like,
those were good times,
agnostic.
weren't they?
I wouldn't say that.
One time I wore a white t-shirt to school when in 11th grade that said Jesus is a Jewish zombie.
Wow.
And I wrote it on
Very
myself
edgy.
with Sharpie.
It's very edgy.
I know. I
Oh,
cringed
shit.
thinking about it. But yeah.
You got so many chicks with that
wait,
shirt,
I'm gonna
man.
see. Wait, Hex, I'm gonna see if this Forrest guy is religious or not. But you can
Yeah,
come
no
back
worries.
up in a minute, okay?
All right, cool.
I don't think he is.
You're.
Hey,
That better-
hey, no, I'm not religious. I just religious. My son, he's my son.
I think.
So-
Wait, I think I have a modus tollens for God not existing. I have a modus tollens for God not existing.
By the way, J-Rob sucks ass at being a theist, much less a Christian.
If
Wait,
God,
I love
if God
J-Rob.
exists, people could pronounce Rasul's name consistently. It's not the case that people can pronounce Rasul's name consistently. Therefore, God does not exist.
Rasol.
The people call him Rascal, Russell, Rasul.
That's in. Wow, man, that's immaculate.
It's like 1 Timothy 2:11, right?
Yeah, it's unbeatable. You just can't.
And just like 1 Timothy, I'll turn up 2 and 11. I don't know. I tried.
I did.
I said modus tollens, dumbass rebel. Obviously.
I did want to ask Flowcat if I started, if I just started behaving like the God of the Bible does, if it'd be okay, because likely he would say no. because most
It
of
wouldn't.
everybody
It wouldn't
says
matter
no.
what you did. God ordained it.
Right.
Yeah. But you're responsible somehow.
Yep. Yep.
Wait,
Because
Summer,
we can
are you
equivocate on responsibility. Sorry,
you're
Summer.
religious, aren't you, Summer?
What do you mean by religious?
Do you believe
She
believe
is.
in a
She
God?
is. She is.
In a God? I believe in the God.
Oh, right.
So
Who
you
is
should have just said
God?
yes, huh?
Is he one?
Now I had to clarify what you meant by
Is
that.
he one entity?
What do you mean one entity?
Is he one thing or is he multiple things?
One. I mean, that's kind of like a open-ended question. I don't know what you're getting at.
Yeah, you believe in a God, and you said no, I believe in the God.
Yeah,
So
I think that there are many like
is the God a
false
God?
gods.
Sure.
Oh.
But he's a God.
He's the God, the creator.
Yeah, and the God is a God.
Just like the president is a president.
Yeah.
No, so I think that's like a misconception, right? So like, there are a bunch of wannabes, but none of them are equivalent.
Right. Yeah,
Oh,
there's
you're
not-
saying you believe in the correct
There's
God.
not an equivalent authority.
You believe in the correct
There
God.
are
Is
not.
that what you're saying?
Yeah.
The what?
You believe in the correct God.
Hey, sorry, I'm in a drive-thru. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. Why can Russell type but not speak? Speak, boys.
Because when he types, he's not out of breath.
Speak, boys. Speak. Yeah, he's always out of breath from getting dog walked.
Come on, man.
So which is the God?
Russell, I'm not gonna let him speak to you like that. You're my mod.
W.
Big boy speak is crazy.
Yeah.
Jesus is God.
Did she just say Jesus is God after saying the God and then asked about entities and didn't know how to respond to that, which would be implicitly a question regarding Trinitarianism?
You just don't like how I chose to respond. I did know how to respond. I was just clarifying things to make sure that we were on the same page.
Well, I usually like to give an efficacious response such that I don't need to clarify, right? So as not to be ambiguous, vague, or a
But right
general
now you're
annoying prick.
complaining that I just did that.
Okay, can we agree that we should give efficient responses so as to not have to clarify?
I mean,
that response.
we have different understandings and different worldviews, so there needs to be clarification.
Hale wouldn't
but
agree.
Typically, wouldn't you want to respond only once so as to not have to repeat yourself, right?
Right.
Do you think it would have been
policing
confusing
how
if
I
you had
respond.
said,
Take the
I
answer
believe,
and
I believe
All
in a
right, that's
God?
fine, Summer. If you want to respond ambiguously vague and have to repeat yourself 5,000 times, I
Oh
just
my
take that
gosh,
opinion.
is this like do you police everybody? Do you like tell people how to talk?
If
Wait,
they're
she
being
wasn't.
purposeful, if they're being purposefully inefficient, yeah.
Bro, she wasn't
Purposely
vague.
what? Inefficient?
She wasn't
Why do
vague
you
or
assume that that's
Purposefully,
intentional?
if they're being purposefully inefficient, because you just said you understood what he was asking, but you chose to answer a different way.
she
I
answered the
didn't.
correct way.
After clarification, I answered, right? I had
No,
no idea
you
until
asked for
he elaborated
clarification because you
what he meant
asked
by that.
you answered the question ambiguously. If you just answered with the way that he
Why are
intended
you
you to answer,
sidebarring about how I respond instead
because
of
the way you
actually
respond was
addressing my belief?
incredibly ambiguous, incredibly vague, and overall
Why
only
is that
serves to
relevant?
prolong the conversation.
You're making it even longer.
Right, because typically when I say to people, let's respond as efficiently as possible, they just say, that's probably a good idea, but we can be vague and ambiguous if you want.
Okay, you got me. Can we move on now?
So let's ask the question again. By the God, do you mean a correct God? And by God, do you mean a singular thing, or do you mean a thing that takes on different forms? Let's
Bro,
be
everybody
slightly
knows
more
Jesus
vague.
is God, bro. Everybody knows Jesus is God. Y'all just suppress
Nobody
it, bro.
asked you, J. Rob.
Yeah,
I have no time for
Unitarians
your
know that.
nonsense.
Everybody know that.
Unitarians know that.
I don't know that. I'm part of
Unitarians,
everybody.
they suppress the truth, man.
Now you're
If
accusing them of
wait, can
something.
you know something if you suppress it?
Yeah. You know it, but you
Okay, for
suppressed it.
sure. Yeah, we're trying to do an internal critique, J. Rob.
Well, I think you're suppressing the truth of atheism.
That's true, and
There's
it's
no
true
truth.
because the contrary is impossible. It was revealed to me.
I mean, it is true that you guys suppress the truth. So
How am
Yeah,
I?
by you
No,
guys.
you
suppressing
suppress
the
the
truth?
truth.
nah,
Yeah.
nah, you do.
No.
Nah, you do.
You're Your
How?
face suppresses the truth.
J-Rob, how are we suppressing the truth?
Yeah, because these things are made clear within
But
God's
they're not.
creation.
They're not, though.
They are.
If it was made clear, I could look out the window at the trees and I would see God, correct? Just like the Bible says?
You see
But
God's
I don't.
power.
No, I
You
The
see
God
don't.
of the
God's.
Bible is true.
No,
I
I
would
don't.
know it. I don't know it. Therefore, the God of the Bible is false.
No, you just suppress the truth.
How am I suppressing it?
Yeah, you make
You
claims
see,
about
Provide evidence.
How do you know you don't know it?
you make
are you?
claims
Are
Because I
you?
about
search my
reality.
mental life and I find no corresponding belief.
J-Rob, do you have like a coin, like some loose change on you?
What? No, I'm all out.
J-Rob, can I have
What
some
shape
money?
is the Earth? What is it? What shape is the Earth?
It's a square circle.
Oh my God! It's a circle, just like
Midnight
this
got
argument.
trolled.
It's a circle.
It's an oblate spheroid.
If you're going to accuse me of suppressing something, you better provide evidence. Otherwise, you're just making wild claims and accusations.
Provide evidence of what?
You're accusing me at large, and I'm in the same group you're accusing of suppressing the truth. You cannot provide evidence on how of doing that, but you're going to sit there and accuse me.
Yeah.
Does truth exist?
Yep.
Right.
Truth exists if you can be honest.
How do you determine truth?
It's a property of propositions.
Yeah.
You got to
Is
test
that the only way to
them.
determine truth?
You got to examine them.
Wait. Determining truth is different than truth
That's
existing.
different. If truth, yeah, one's ontology, the other's epistemology.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
but you guys
Fletcher.
already agree
Thank
that
you.
truth exists, right? You agree that
We
truth
agree.
exists
We agree.
already?
We agree.
Okay,
What?
so
Like
how
my
do you
question,
personally determine truth versus
but
what is the actual
the
standard of how
problem
truth should be determined?
The problem with asking something like, does truth exist? Well, existence is a property, and truth is a property, and properties are things held by objects. So to ask, does truth exist, is to say that truth is some type of object that holds other properties. But presumably, you wouldn't say that an object is true insofar as there is one object and it holds another object, like a human being holding a ball. You would just say that that human being have a property of long hair or any so far insofar as that type of thing. So asking if truth exists is like a platonic assumption that nobody cares for.
Except Plato.
And 20K,
It's like
20K,
asking it's like
20K is my
asking if
Plato.
red it's like asking if red exists. Well, no, things are described as red, but red isn't some object that exists out there. Right? Like we wouldn't be as dumb to say that, would we?
I think that you're catching on to how God exists. Like you're
God
looking
is a
for a
property?
material explanation for
Right.
something that's immaterial.
So
God is a property?
right, that's what it sounds like you're saying.
Like can objects
No.
hold the property of God? Because that's what I was just discussing, and you think I'm onto something here.
Jesus was an object who held the property of God.
Boom. No, Jesus wasn't a woman. I'm just kidding.
He could have been.
It's like
I
I'm
don't get how
fine if
you
we
get
want to
to a
say,
property out of that. Like that's not
oh,
what I was talking about.
because Summer, I was talking about objects holding properties, and you said it sounds like you're onto something with the God delusion, and I thought you were trying to say that the analogy I was making between truth being a property that objects hold and redness being an object that properties hold, I thought you were presuming and or implying that God is a property that objects hold. Maybe I was incorrect, or maybe you're being vague and ambiguous again.
No, I think that what you're saying is a good analogy but not in a property sense.
Then
So
it's
my
not a
my
good
Like you're
analogy
analogy.
was for
I,
properties, right? So to say that my analogy was good, but not for anything other than properties, is just to say that I was making an analogy for properties, and you saying that I was onto something is completely Confucius to the point that I was making.
okay, well, I thought the properties that you were like how you brought up properties was an analogy for something.
Yep, properties.
It wasn't an analogy.
Yeah, there was no
It
analogy
was a
there.
description.
Yes.
So this is the problem with being vague and ambiguous, but let's continue. Let's see where this conversation goes. Okay, so we've established truth is a property, just like red is a property, just like a weight is a property, or more particularly, a mass is a property. So the
Yeah, I
question, does
just
truth
disagree with
exist?
that.
We understand that's confused.
I don't think truth is a property.
Okay, what is truth?
Truth isn't a property of propositions?
Truth is what's
No,
real.
don't even. No, hold on.
What?
Summer? What do you mean by truth? Do you think truth is an object that actually exists out there, floating around like you or I?
No, I don't think it's an object. I think truth is what is real.
Are lies
Okay,
real? Wait, are
so
lies real?
anything.
Wait, are
Yeah,
lies real?
Is it the property of being real?
yeah. We're either equivocating.
Factual. I mean, there are synonyms, but I don't know how else to like. I don't have my
Okay,
dictionary
so
on me. Sorry.
everything that is real is true, right? So if I lie to you, and that's a real lie, insofar as I'm being genuine, that's true.
You really lied. Yes, you truly lied.
Yeah, but
Hmm.
the lie
So
was not true.
right. So there's some type of contradiction here, but irrespective of that, more particularly to the point, you think that any real notion, insofar that it is genuine and honest, we'll take that of to be properties of interlocutors. Do you think that truth is some sort of thing that emerges from genuinity or honesty?
Generates from that? No, no. I think that is how it like um is observed, but it's not generated from that.
Okay, so I'm confused because we said truth is that which is real, right? So
Yeah.
I was trying to be charitable, but if I observe something that's real, is the thing that I'm observing true, or is everything insofar as me observing it true?
So I would say that it's, I mean, dependent on how uh reliable your perspective is,
Okay, so
right?
presume that
So
my
if
perspective is reliable and I'm not hallucinating and I'm
okay,
not dreaming.
then what you perceive is truly really happening. I mean, if it's reliable or you're not
Okay,
having like a mental crisis or something.
so how are we How are we understanding existence? Because just
Wait,
because I observe something doesn't mean that it's true insofar that I'm actually seeing it. It might just be to say that that thing exists. And the reason we're talking about this is because you asked, does truth exist? But it seems like you mean the same thing by those two things.
Yeah, it truly exists, right?
it
Just
sounds like
walking.
she's got some externalist account of truth about reliability of the senses.
Well, it sounds like she's equivocating
But
on for something to
that can't
exist
be
and for
right
something to be
because
true.
God
Yeah.
can't have an externalist account of truth
Yeah.
because he
How-
pre-existed creation.
Existence is real, existence is true, right?
Well, but
Right, so
existence
Wait,
that's
is
just
like,
equivocating
it's
because
not a
there are things that can
proposition.
have a false truth value in existence. And when I speak about truth values, I'm speaking about propositions. Like the sun does not exist as a false proposition, but to you, just because I utter this statement is therefore true. Or just insofar as to say it exists that I said the statement.
I don't understand what you just said.
If I say something is wrong and it is wrong, but I actually uttered the statement, then it is therefore true or it exists that I said it.
I think it's stance independent. I don't think it has any relevance to you declaring it
Okay,
true or not.
Yeah, I'm not
wait.
saying that me saying it makes some sort of difference within the value of truth. I'm saying me saying it is a true statement insofar as mind independently, I'm still saying this thing.
Yeah, you really truly said it.
Yeah, let's presume I'm being genuine and honest and
What's
that
the
I'm
difference
actually
between I
speaking.
really truly said it and I said it?
Nothing insofar as her view, but it just seems like if we apply this to propositions, you have no distinction between a proposition existing, which is confusing in and of itself, or a proposition being true, let alone a proposition being false.
I'm not understanding what you're saying or what you're getting at.
Okay, when I say I know proposition X to be true, in your view, I'd be saying something like, I know proposition X exists. But saying that some proposition exists, well, one makes no sense because it's causally inert, meaning we can't observe it in the chain of causality, which is typically how we observe things. And number two, if we can't observe it and I'm not being genuinely honest or I didn't truly see it, well, then it doesn't exist. And insofar as it doesn't exist, presuming we take the antithetical position of your view, which is if it exists, it is true. If it doesn't exist, it is false. Then every proposition would be false insofar that it doesn't actually exist. But that's just to say that we can formulate any abstract proposition about anything and say that it's therefore false. I can say that Cage is speaking right now, and that proposition is false because it doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you saying it makes it true. I'm saying
Is
like
that
you
what you
truly
think I'm
said
asking?
that, but it doesn't, that has, what?
Does running exist? Does the word running have an ontology?
Yes.
How? Explain how it would have an ontology.
It has a, okay. Do you mean meaning?
No, like how does it
An
have
existence.
existence? Whether metaphysically, physically, how does it appear to us as we appear in reality to each other? How does it also have the same type of presence in reality?
I don't get what you're saying. You're turning
How
like a
does
verb
running
into
does
something. It's an
running
action,
exi-
right? So the
is
actualization
running
of,
something? Think about something that you could like hold in your hand.
okay.
Just to simplify it. Does running exist in a way that you can potentially hold it in your hand?
No, but you can exercise running. It's a verb, right?
Right. So then that's
It's an
just
action. It's an actualization of a thing, right?
right.
Yeah, but
So it's not an
that's the
actual thing.
problem. That's the exact problem I'm trying to display. Not everything that which exists has ontology. Or sorry, everything that which exists has ontology, but propositions or statements in your view don't actually exist insofar as they could get up and walk around and make breakfast in the morning, or insofar as you could find them laying on the ground.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're material. But
Right? Are you saying they exist in some immaterial form?
yeah, just like concepts, right?
Right.
That
So
it
when we
exists in of
started this
itself.
conversation by me saying you're baking in Platonic assumptions by saying, does truth exist? And I asked you, well, you wouldn't be so dumb as to say that truth is some object floating around out there. The correct response to that question was yes, Cage or nihilism. I do think that truth is an object floating around out there. And we just reference it whenever we apply it to things. That's why the question is of bad form.
I just don't get what you're saying. So
Okay.
it's not like I'm intentionally like being that way. I'm just like, can you
Right. I get it.
elaborate
I'll
on
be
what I'm
more.
doing or
Right.
what
I'll be
I'm
more
Yeah,
not
yeah.
specific.
understanding?
Be nice to Summer. She's a friend, okay?
Yeah, I'll be more
Fill in the
specific.
gaps, please.
So, truth is an object flying. Imagine the sun, right? Replace the sun with four words: truth. That word is just floating around out there, but it's immaterial. I can't observe it. I can't hear it, touch it, taste it. I can't even perform any empiric analysis, that which would be quantitative on it. I can't measure it. I can't weigh it. Nothing like that. It just exists in some like mirror realm floating around. And every time we say this is true, we're referencing some relationship between this thing in our world and that truth word floating around in the other world. So when you ask, does truth exist? Are you asking to us to affirm that there is a four-letter word floating around in some separate ontology, that which in this world we just refer to? Is that what you're trying to ask?
No. I was
Okay.
just stating that like, well, by asking, I was indicating that there is reality.
So truth means reality?
Yeah, like there are actual, like you and I are actual. We're real.
That doesn't mean we're true.
It is true that we exist.
Yes, the proposition we exist is true, but it's not true
You
insofar
know,
as us
truth
just
can be
blatantly existing.
truth can be subjective.
No.
Like,
Yes, it can.
look, all I'm trying to say to you is us simply existing isn't some alethic value or some truth or false value. It's just to say that the proposition we exist is true, not that truth is some existence.
I'm speaking more to like there is like if you and I didn't exist, there are still things that are real, still true, despite our opinions of it, right?
That's fine. I've not disagreed with that one time this entire statement. It's just to say that the proposition objectivity exists or anything that's mind independent, like the sun would exist if humans died. That's a true proposition. That's fine. That's not to say that existence in and of itself is true. It would be some proposition within a first order system that's true, not existence implicator.
I just don't get the relevance.
The relevance is your question you've asked when you said, "Does truth exist?" What you meant to say, now that I've understood you, is reality real? Which one is tautological, but it also is non-informative. Of course, if you cash out reality as that which is real, to say reality is real, it's not telling me anything
That's
that you haven't
circular. I
said
get that.
already.
Okay.
So if that's what you meant by "does truth exist" and not some substantive Platonic objection, then I'm not really sure why you asked the question.
Okay, let me reframe this a little bit. Okay. So like say you're taking a test and there are true or false answers, right?
Sir?
This is I'm trying to find the words for it. Hang on. This is a reality that whatever like statement on the test is either true or false. Unless like it's a trick question, right?
Sure, I believe
There
that
there's
tests are
we are able
binary.
to determine if something is real or not.
Well, what do you mean? Well, I understood you insofar as there are true and false answers on a test, but this real notion, all of it's real. A false answer is real. A true answer is real.
Okay, so maybe correct. When I say correct,
By
right?
correct, do you mean
Not
true?
the fact that so if the question is like earth is another word for dirt, true or false,
Sure,
right?
that would be a true. Yeah.
The answer would be true, but if you wrote false, it's true that you wrote false, but it's also true that you're incorrect.
Right, but you're just changing the proposition to a secondary one. You're saying the proposition, or moreover, the question, what's a synonym for ground or for dirt? And somebody answers earth. That's true. But then you could formulate or ask a second question, which was, is the student's answer on the test for question 34 correct? And that's a secondary proposition that needs a different truth value that's correlated to the first one, but not dependent on it.
And by different truth value there, he means separate, not that it has to be a different answer.
Right, like it would
Okay, and is
correspond to the first one, obviously.
right. And my reasoning for bringing up that we all agree that truth exists is that there's a correct answer to that test question, right?
You just asked, well, then you could just have asked us like about correspondence theory, because that's kind of what tests rely on, is that there are a set of correct answers, um, and then your answers, if and are true, if and only if they correspond to the correct answers. And by correct, I mean proper. By proper, I mean true, assuming they're all honest questions. So the better question wouldn't have been, is truth exist? Because there's a lot of assumptions baked into that we can go down thousands of roads with. I think I've demonstrated that here. You could have asked us, what are our thoughts on correspondence theory of truth? And I understand if that's like niche, um, but that's why I started talking about properties, because correspondence theory of truth doesn't correspond to objects, it corresponds to properties. Like, to ask, does a tree exist on a test would be ludicrous. But to ask what colors are, Australopithecus trees in East Asia, that's going to be a property question that which you have to have further knowledge on. Presumably, you were taught this during the course. Tests don't ask about objects because that's trivial and not informative. They ask about particular properties.
Okay. And if okay, I guess I get how you got to the property question before. Um, I guess in a way, it would be a property, right? Truth.
Yep, something is true if and only if it corresponds to object A or object A's property. So to say that the apple is red would be true if and only if the apple holds the property of being red. But it would be false if the apple held the property of being green. That's why like people make moral propositions like that. Like it's wrong to cause suffering. It's wrong to harm humans if and only if they experience suffering.
Okay. I guess like you said, it's for, in my opinion, a niche thing because I'm not like a lot of the terms you're using. I'm just assuming like surface level what they mean because I've never heard them before. So,
When somebody says the proposition God exists is true, They're saying that God holds the property of existence, and that relationship is true. Not that God um, is that relationship, although some people do say that. Um, Usually, when people are correspondence theorists and they're speaking on truth, they're saying X corresponds to Y, or X is some object in question about whether it holds some type of property, and Y is that property in question. You know,
Okay. And so I
is
would say
class
that would be
canceled
from
today or
like
something like that? Go
right.
on.
So like from a like human perspective, right? How we observe truths. Um, I guess to the end that I was asking about truth is to say that like we all acknowledge that there are truths. The thing that God is.
God is the relationship between objects and their properties.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Well, why would a atheist disagree with that? And I don't really know if that would conform to any theological beliefs. Christians wouldn't agree to it. Muslims wouldn't agree to it. Dharmic religions wouldn't
How
agree
would
to it.
Christians not? How would Christians not? Because that's the whole like intent of spreading the gospel is to help people to be in relationship with God.
Because Jesus Christ was a human being with a mind and human essence and God essence. God the Father was a immaterial being with divine essence, a mind, all powerful, all knowing, all good. None of these things that I've just espoused them are that he is simply and only a relationship between objects and their properties, because that would entail that there is no mind,
I wouldn't say
there
he's
is no
only truth.
well, then well, then you would make further conjunctions to the definition of God, right? You wouldn't just say
Okay.
he is a relationship between objects and their properties. You would make that after making the main theological claims, but nobody's going to really regard that as important given the primary claims that are made with the whole mind and power and goodness and knowing stuff like talk.
Oh, like the previous debate, like
Well,
determinism
well,
is. Is that what you're talking about?
like if a Christian were to go onto a stage and say, "I believe in God," by God, I mean a triomni being with a mind. This God's omni properties are all powerful, all good, all knowing. He is on and then get into theology where he's all present. He has a plan for all of us. He looks over our shoulder. Well, many atheists particularly, are going to have problems with the first three sentences of that speech. The
I
rest of
mean,
it
I have a problem
is
with the first three
nonsense.
sentences.
Right, so you can see why an atheist would agree that truth exists, but not agree that God exists.
Yeah, so I think that like when you say the triomni or whatever, there are connotations to that. So if we adjust those words to be like the most powerful or the most instead of all, does that change your perspective?
By most, do you mean um, like fully maximal in each respect?
Um, let's just say more than anything any humans ever observed. So like the Olympians in a race, right? The people who get the gold medals, they are like the fastest or whatever, the best at their thing. Okay.
Okay.
So if you were to put best instead of all, does that change your perspective?
No, I'd still think he's a raging dick. But outside of that, I wouldn't afford him ultimate. And by ultimate, I mean 100% culpability in everything. But I would presume, given the arguments for the classical theism, that there is a more powerful being from him. So he would just be like me insofar as he's a creation of that all-powerful thing. But
Then he
if you're
wouldn't be the
stipulating
most,
that
right?
no, well, no, God would be the all, and then this secondary being would be the most. I guess in Christian theology, it'd be Satan versus God. But nobody holds Satan accountable, and they don't hold him accountable because, well, one, there was no free will for him, and even
There
if there
was, and God holds
was,
him accountable.
there's arguments on both sides as to whether or not he is morally culpable for his decisions. But that's a theological argument. So, in respect to this, maximum person, I'd call them a dick, given that we don't see any sort of um, inference from them. right? But I wouldn't hold them ultimately culpable. No.
What do you mind? What do you mean by inference
Can
from them?
I ask, why do the devil need to be held accountable?
Why does the devil
Yeah.
need to be held accountable?
Yes.
I don't think he should. I'm very
I don't think
sympathetic to
so
the
either. I don't
theological
think he need
arguments.
to be held accountable.
But that's
He is held
what did you
accountable.
ask? What did you ask? Summer, you said. What did you say?
I don't remember.
I don't think he should be held accountable. I mean, if everything go according to God's plan and God is in control of everything, then I'm blaming whoever's in control.
Well, you should write him a letter, write God a letter, let him know. Maybe he'll give you
No.
an answer.
I probably won't. I better off write to Superman.
Write him a letter. Why
I
would you want to
mean,
do that?
well, I mean, seems
I'm
like
better off.
seems
I'm
like he's
better.
got some heat.
What's
I'm
God's
better off.
address?
Seems like
I'm
I
better off
don't know.
writing. I'm better off writing to Superman.
Maybe
I get
just
the same
write it out
response.
and see if something happens. You know, I don't know.
You're right.
I,
Whenever I need to say a slur, I just write it down.
I love that clip, bro.
They've got the same effect as writing Superman or Wonder Woman.
Yeah, I just write Superman.
This
and I get
man,
the
this
same
man was
effect.
missing half a leg. So, I mean, at least he said he was. He could have been tricking us. What was it? CGI? I don't know what his name was.
I write Batman.
Bro.
Yeah, we don't.
Goku.
We don't have any independent, verified amputees getting their limbs back through the power of Jesus.
True. There's no intercessory prayer is as good as a coin flip. Sometimes worse.
On average, it's worse, yeah, but I would grant about a coin flip because then it's no different than chance.
I think we were talking about the Omni things.
Yeah, it's generally accepted that the God of the Bible has the triomni qualities. So if you don't think that's the qualities, then you have a different belief than just about all.
No, I'm just saying the implications of the word all versus most, right?
Is it
So like
meaning?
Usually when people say all powerful,
I'm trying
they don't,
to
they
reel
don't
it back in from
like apologists moved over from using like everything possible to all things logically possible, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, because they wised up to their own silliness.
I don't really.
Right, I'll kiss you.
I think that was always the intent, though, is what's logically possible. I think that when we say words like all, it has connotations, right? So that's what I'm trying to like hone in on. And you kind of said it perfectly, is like what's logically possible. Not you're not saying all like square circles or things that are outside of logic, right?
Just saying something is logically possible is by no means a small assertion to say you can do things that are logically possible. That includes things that we can't even comprehend on the meta or the physical world. That means
Like, you know.
like it's to say that you can do all things logically possible is quite a. You could have somebody you could have a world with free will, but nobody does any evil. You could have a world of human beings that are perfectly good and live forever, and every goodness and virtue is maximized, and there's no vices. Like that's not a small thing.
Right. But so if you like, can you do the math on that, right? Like, and I'm not saying like one and two type of math. I'm talking about like if you were to take like the characteristics or like the value sets that we get from God. So like I would say like justice, joy, peace, kind of, the kind of like the fruits of the spirits and kind of what's depicted in the 10 Commandments. If we were to cash that out, right, and still incorporate our ability to freely choose whether to participate or not, like with integrity,
Why don't
doesn't
God
that
fit
change the
these?
equation a lot?
Why don't God fit these attributes that you just named? Joy, justice.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I would love if God could have created a world where everybody is virtuous and has the same illusionary free will that we have now. I think that would be, I think a lot of atheistic arguments would fail. I think the EPOE, the evidential problem of evil, would fail. I think the divine hiddenness argument would fail. I think quite a few arguments that hinge upon um, the actual world as some type of evidentiary standard, or at least some basic primitive inference, would absolutely be great. Yeah, but unfortunately he didn't do that, which is why
Right,
those
but
arguments
actually,
exist.
how about if I say he did do that and is like currently doing that, right? Because how would you find those people? How would you
To create
Well,
them.
we would just have to
Yeah,
demonstrate because of you've already set the playground up to where what we have to do, our burden, is to show that it's logically possible. And if it's logically possible, God would have the power to do it. And if it's logically possible and it's better than now, God's all goodness would be compelling him to do it.
That's just an issue with time. Why does it have to be now?
Why wouldn't?
What if in
because
like
of
right
because of
now
what
maybe
Kate,
it's not
because
the most possible people
Why
in that
wouldn't?
situation?
Why wouldn't it have
yeah,
always
because of
been?
what nihilism just said. Let's say that maybe God is on a schedule. Okay, 1 second less suffering, an all good, all powerful God would be committed to shaving off that second.
We're well past
That's just
seconds.
assuming that God isn't also suffering or long suffering.
You think God suffers?
Yes, I think God is long suffering.
What would
Okay.
be?
I'm not
Well,
even sure
I'm
if
really
suffering.
Especially, I mean, if you
That's
think about it
interesting.
this way, you're even willing to admit that like there's evil in the world, right? He's suffering through our evil choices.
How is?
Now, the reason he's doing that, like, is he has the ability to redeem it, to make it right, right? But
But
he's
he could
giving
have
us the
also.
opportunity to, he also gives us the opportunity to make things right.
Okay.
That's big X to
Why
doubt.
would you? Why in the world would you create a world that you know is going to give you? We'll call it internal suffering. Insofar as you hope that these imperfect beings, that which don't really are, they're not certain that you exist, they're not certain of your virtues or your commandments, they're not certain of your principles or properties. Why would you do that insofar as they may redeem you? It seems a little bit fancy at best, irrational at worst.
Because with the redemption also comes the overcoming of those things.
But you
Summer,
could
let
skip,
me.
you could forego all of that and get to the end just as you wanted if you were all good. You wouldn't want to inflict suffering.
But
You
isn't
wouldn't
the
want.
overcoming, the ability to endure through those things, more valuable than not?
Let
No,
me.
if I'm going to the
Okay, so
grocery store and if I'm going to the, sorry, if I'm going down and I'm skiing, I take I'm at the top of a mountain, I need to get to the bottom. And I have two choices. One, roll down the mountain face first to incur the most suffering, or two, glide down like a butterfly. And I'm all good, or I'm all good insofar as I'd prefer not to suffer. I'm maximally opposed to suffering. Why in the world would I force myself falling down the mountain head first just for the sake of saying, I suffered and now I'm not, when I could have said I didn't need to suffer and I didn't suffer and I'm not going to suffer? Where's the value in that?
I mean, I the way you've kind of phrased it, I'm kind of trying to parse it out, but um like there are so many options in between, right? And
Sure, I
just
was just
going
taking
down
the
the hill,
dichotomy.
but taking
Sorry.
the chance of going down the hill means you're taking the chance of falling. And if you've had previous falls, maybe you know how to fall right.
Well,
So maybe
not
you
if I'm all
survive it because you
powerful.
knew how to fall right.
If I'm all powerful, and we'll just assume for sake of argument that God needed to create, or that was a want that he couldn't, dispel. Um, Well, if I want to go down this hill and I'm all powerful and it's possible and or plausible given my property set that I go down the hill like a butterfly, then I see no motivations to fall on my face at every single turn. I see more motivations to glide down gracefully, given that's something I can do and something I should do because I'm maximally
Right.
opposed to falling on my
But you're
face,
not
incurring suffering.
right, but you're not God. You're a human with the free choice. And you can either choose to have like lessons that teach you how to not fall, or you can go through the experience of falling to figure out how to not fall.
No, I'm saying the skier is God. The skier, the mountain is God creating. The skier is God. The bottom of the hill is when he's done creation or creation burns out or he says no more, what have you. And him going down the mountain is the creation of humans and all of history as we know it, both non-human and human. I'm referencing him falling on his face as all the evils in the world, natural disasters, humanistic evils, and him gliding down the hill as it being logically possible for him to completely avoid those things and still get a virtuous outcome, or people still live a virtuous life.
Yeah, so I think that that is kind of like a false depiction, right? So if God's the skier, then there are no it is a graceful thing down the slope, right?
Well, then that's just to say that there are no, like he hasn't fallen down or made any type of things that he would be opposed to, and that's evil. I think there are
No,
plethoras of evils. Him falling is an analogy for
he.
evil occurring. That's what I'm trying to say. Him gliding down is evil not occurring. So for every carve in the snow, for every jump he makes, that's evil not occurring. And for every face plant into a tree is some evil occurring. A grape of a 12-year-old, or Geno Schmide across an entire ethnicity, things like that. That's him like
Yeah,
failing
I just don't
horrendously.
think that that's an appropriate analogy to how God is. It's not
We can
connecting
look at the
to.
analogs. The skier is God, the mountain is creation, the bottom is when he's done, the top is when he started. He's probably about 75% of the way down the mountain, and he's fallen plethoras of times. And by fallen, I mean evil has occurred. And why I say that's a fall and or a failure is because one of his property sets is, as you've espoused, he's maximally opposed to evil insofar as he's maximally good, or as good
No,
as most as you can be, right? So if you're maximally
hang
opposed to
on.
evil,
I got a door person. Hang on.
don't worry, I fell on my face when I skied too. Don't worry, I'm currently recovering. Why does everybody think I talk like Jordan Peterson? I'm gonna release like a fucking Substack note about it in my diary.
Who thinks you talk like Jordan Peterson?
This person commented saying that why
No,
does he sound like Jordan Peterson? And I've never been more offended.
Well, you don't sound
I
like Jordan Peterson, but Zach imitating you sounds like Jordan Peterson.
Go on, Zach.
yeah, you
Zach,
definitely
imitate Paige right now.
you definitely don't sound like JP in a way.
I'm glad I don't want to sound like a 94-year-old. I'm kidding.
You don't sit there and say, well, we need to find the word define and then the word the and then define the word the define. Like
Fun fact, he actually took far too many philosophy classes at McGill. He didn't need to take most of them. He only really needed to take ethics and he needed to take logic and reasoning, both a 100 series and a 400 series class. But he didn't need to take political phil. He didn't need to take bioethics. He didn't need to take any of those classes.
he's mastered the art of not answering when, especially when he's in debates. So
I've never watched him debate. I only had
it's
watched his lectures. And his lectures, he seems, well, I don't know. My wife's a psychologist and she thinks that he's incoherent half the time. But
he's a
yeah,
little better in his like lecture series. He's a little better because to write a script so that he can actually get through the class in time, and have something to test them on. But when he's up there talking to people or on shows or whatever, he's just winging it. So that's when he's just there's no restraints.
well, what do you mean by the maniac of chaos? Like, fuck's sakes.
Define maniac. Define chaos.
Um,
Then
sorry,
like
I
4
interrupted you,
hours.
Summer. What?
No, I was just saying I'm back.
Oh.
With the analogy that you were making, though, I feel like you're taking like the justice and all of the other characteristics of God out. You have to kind of apply all of them to refute it the way that you're refuting it.
Justice is only a virtue because injustice exists. Justice
Well,
only
so like
came
how
to
you
be
said,
because people realized that bad things occur and they wanted to reconcile the bad things, and that insofar as created justice. Justice doesn't apply when everything is good. When you wake up on a beautiful Saturday morning to a fresh level of powder on the hill, you don't think you're going to go out and deliver justice to those that haven't been wronged. There is no wrong to correct with justice.
right. So that is where I think you're misunderstanding that like in the Christian worldview, evil is not like a thing, it's a privation of God.
Well, sure. So why wasn't God there? He could have
Because he's
been.
not going to force you. That would be unloving if he forces you if you don't.
Anything. I'm saying if you're walking down and person A and person A is some female and person B is some male. Well, if person B has the thought of I want to grape this person and God has given them free will, he can do every action insofar as he doesn't actually hurt her. He could run up to her and then God could just stop that action because by free will, you don't actually mean that your want of your will is obtained, you just mean that you can act upon that thing. But if God was omniscient or omnibenevolent, you could only act insofar as it doesn't become malevolent to other people. It's perfectly fine if I'm walking down the street and maybe my toddler's running away from me and I want to go catch her. I wouldn't say my free will is thwarted just because when I went to go run after her, I tripped on a rock, and I wouldn't turn to the rock and say, well, you've thwarted my free will. So that's just to say that God could have made it such that people desire, or people can desire evil things, not that they should. And even insofar as they desire them, they couldn't actually come to fruition. But the reason I say that is because if evil is a privation of God, meaning God's not there, or God is absent, or evil is just something outside of God, well, God could have made it such that nothing actualizes insofar that he is omnipresent.
Right,
That's
but
the
without the
problem.
actualization, it's not really choice.
So if
If
my
you're not
analogy about me
really
chasing
able to
my
go against it, that's not a real choice.
well, no, you're actually able to go against it insofar as it's not evil. If you want to donate to this charity or that one, God's not going to stop you. But if you're going to grape this 12-year-old or that one, you can do every single act insofar as it becomes bad or evil or opposed to God, right? If you are stand in opposition to God, God's going to crush you. He's all powerful, right? But really want to hone in on this one point. You think that in order to have free will, the thing that you want to do actually happens.
It has to be able to actually happen.
Well,
So,
everything can
like,
be able to happen. I mean, does
you
it
have to have
actually
the ability
happen?
to do real good or real harm to have free choice.
Why? When a God world, wouldn't it, if God is maximally opposed to evil, why should, in virtue of what reasons, should he allow you to make evil things come to be? Wouldn't he be opposed to that, just definitionally?
So you know who you are.
Oh, not really, but sure.
So, like, as a kid, you're kind of ignorant of the world, right? And maybe you
Absolutely.
make a comment about someone and it hurts their feelings, right?
I do that every day today. Yeah.
Right, but so I'm talking about before you were aware of the hurt that it caused, right?
Well, why do the agents need to be aware? God is aware of what's evil and what's good.
Right, but you are unaware of whether you are good or not.
I'm not God.
Right. We are,
Why
so
should
God
I,
is
like, if I
already
don't
good
know?
and defined as such.
Yeah, if I'm like, maybe some 12, maybe some 20-year-old is speaking to another 20-year-old and they're on like a football team or something. I'm saying they can exercise their free will insofar as they want to help that other person train their form or their technique or strategy. But if they decide to get into a brawl on the field, the second before that person A on the football team decides to throw some punch or perform some vice in their life, maybe over envy or ire or wrath, well, God would just not let that happen. It's not that he would actualize instantly or whatever methodology he would prefer to make it so, but evil would not be able to actualize. You can think about it all you want, you could plan it all you want, but insofar that it actually comes to be, it wouldn't be possible. It would be it would be physically impossible given the properties of God, insofar as he's maximally opposed to evil and he's all good. Or sorry, he's maximally opposed to evil and therefore all good, and he's all powerful
And so
and
you
all
keep saying
knowing.
opposed to evil. And so the thing is, it is the turning away from him or the not being in alignment with him that is evil, right? So like that's why we use words like God is good or goodness, is because it's like
How do
hot
you
and
turn away
cold.
from God?
That's the free will switch and bait. He's asking you about God, and in your response, you're talking about people, and it's just like, why did that switch just happen?
He's
I'm
talking
fine with
about the
it.
effects of like people, right? Like that
I'm
God has
fine with
on
it. I'm just
people.
trying to discern because my analogy about the mountain, if we define all good or mostly good as opposed to evil or maximally opposed to evil in every facet or compassion because he's God, and by evil, we mean any type of human or non human act. And the analogy or metaphor here, actually, metaphor is falling. And skiing as a butterfly would be anything that's good, any virtue that you'd like that does not
If he was
necessitate some
opposed
prior
to
vice.
evil, if he was like in opposition of it, he would not allow it
I
right?
agree.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying you are misdefining evil from my
Well,
worldview.
by evil, I thought we agreed when I said that there are plenty of human and non-human evils. By that, I think I referenced a grape of a 12-year-old, and by non-human, I think I meant some type of natural disaster that destroys a whole part of a continent. I thought we agreed on that. Anything that produced a vice.
I don't understand how that makes sense.
Okay, maybe I didn't ask this question. By evil, I just mean any vice or anything that would be opposed to God's properties. So, raping of a 12-year-old, not no bueno for God. Assaulting somebody for no particular reason or no sufficient reason, no bueno for God. Things like that. Natural disasters where they wipe out 300,000 kids per year just from tsunamis alone, no bueno. Not something that God would want to happen or motivate to happen. That's what I mean by evil.
Yeah, it would just be the going against God in those situations. It would be the lack of God in those situations.
Okay, we can define it as a privation from God, but now I'm concerned because if God was all powerful and if God was all knowing and if God was all good, why would the privation of God exist insofar as it doesn't need to exist? It's not necessary. God could glide down the mountain like a butterfly the entire time, insofar as
Because
it's
free
logically
choice and
possible.
justice, right?
Well, justice is, like I said, is only necessitated by that which is unjust. So if you're saying
Right,
that
but
justice need
if that's
exist, you're
already
saying
part of
injustice
God's
need exist.
nature, if that's already part of God's nature, then why are you assuming that that's not just how it is, right?
Because justice is a virtue, and virtues go to promote eudaimonia. And eudaimonia is some Latin word for maximal well being. So that's why justice is a virtue, because it would promote the maximal well being of of somebody that was wronged or some injustice was performed. But it wouldn't be a virtue if there was no injustice, in the same way that none of the virtues would be virtuous if everything promoted eudaimonia. Everything would just be virtue. That's why I'm a little
Then
confused when
if
you
that's
say
the
that
case,
God
then you
is.
should think so. If that's the case, though, you living in this corrupt world with evil in it, seeing this uh, God described as just would say that that's better, right?
No, I prefer a God that's all good, all powerful, and all knowing, not some Lord that's just. That's like a weird type of judge sitting above me. No.
Oh, so you just have a problem with judgment at
No,
all?
I have a problem because if you just say that God is all just or is justice itself, well, justice necessitates that which is unjust. That's why it's a virtue, because the whole ideology or the reason that justice exists is to make people that have been wronged to like move them or influence them towards maximal well-being again. So to say something is
Mhm.
justice is to say that there exists people that are wrong that would necessitate this virtue to make them maximally well again. Right? So if we eliminated that and said, okay, we don't need justice, we need a God that's all powerful, all good, all knowing, and if it's logically possible that every human has free will, the illusionary free will, and it also is possible that they only do the good, but that's not the case, then that raises questions as to whether or not these three property sets or these three properties that make the set of God are true. One of them must be false. That's why we went down this path. And if you want to
But
say
that's
that
if
God
there's
isn't
no
all good,
justice,
no, that's if there is evil, then there must be some type of justice. But the God
right?
that's maximally opposed to evil wouldn't let evil actualize at all, insofar as we wouldn't observe it, because he's maximally
Right. So
opposed to it.
that's where I keep saying is like you keep creating an opposition where it's not like an opposition thing, right? It's a character thing.
What do you mean by character thing?
So God is good and just and loving and merciful. The
By
the
good, do you mean, just so we're clear, by good, you just mean the virtues you just listed, that like just all virtuous?
right.
Okay, so God just wants to promote maximal well being for everybody. Okay. All right. Next thing.
Right. But he wants you and I to freely choose that and be aware of that, right? He wants us to know in our own selves whether we want to be aligned with the good, with the justice, with all of that, or if we want to be deprived of that.
Well, this is kind of a secondary argument, but I don't think I control what I want. I think I can't want to do something. I can't want to hate my mother. Not I can't. It's different from wanting to hate my mother. I do that all the time, but I can't want to hate her when we have a particularly prosperous relationship. So I can't control my wants insofar that I can want to be good if I'm a particularly evil agent, or I can't want to be evil if I'm a particularly good agent. But that's kind of a secondary argument to what we've been talking about.
I think
We can.
it's choice, right? Like I think you can want even that one band and from the 80s or something, Cheap Trick, right? I want you to
Well,
want
sure.
me.
We'll test
We
this theory. Do
understand
you
this
have
when it comes to
children?
relationships. Huh?
Well, sure. Do you have children, or like me? Like, do you have a child?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you want to hate that child or abhor that child or have such ire towards it? Not just have that ire and generate that in your head, but seriously think. Want to have the desire to abhor your child. Can you do that cognitively?
No. I mean,
Neither can I. In the same way that a particularly evil agent that doesn't know he's evil can't desire the want to be good. In the same way, you can't desire the want to abhor your child. Neither can I, for the record. I love that girl to death. So it's a little bit problematic to say that God wants us to choose, but we don't control what we want. We're just choosing in accordance
okay.
with our wants, but we don't choose our wants.
So let me walk it back because I took it in a more personal way when you were asking it, and I that kind of appealed to my emotions a little bit. So what I'm going to say is like I love my child no matter what. But if they did something like abhorrent or like unalive someone or grate someone, I would want to not like that, right? I would want to their consequences to be just.
I agree, but you're not choosing that. That's something external to you that you have no control over.
Well,
You're
no,
not
because on the
choosing it.
other hand, let's just say another parent, or even in my case, like let's just say it's me, and I'm like, well, I don't want to believe that my child did something like that.
Sir, but belief isn't the same. When you say that a child,
Or I
your
don't want to
child,
accept it or whatever, right? Like
right? But
I don't
you
want to
say your
want.
child wants to, like, if your child harms somebody, that would prompt the want to, or maybe the internal desire to have some type of resentment towards them. But you don't control if your child does that or not. That's an external
No, and so
influence.
with free choice, it's not about it's it's not what happens, right? You have no control over what occurs, but you have full control over how you choose to react to what actually does.
No, I'm not even saying the first part. I agree that we can act in accordance with our desires. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm disagreeing with is that we can choose our desires.
Oh yeah, we can definitely.
Well, I've already asked
Coffee
you
and
in
beer
this
are perfect
conversation.
examples.
Well, I've already no, not just choose an object of your desire. Choose the desire. Like that's why I asked you if you could choose the to want, if you could want to, if you could desire the want to abhor your child, not just abhor them as an action. Desire the want to do that, and you said you couldn't. Neither
But then
can
I took it
I.
back because I said that when I answered initially, it was kind of like an emotion. I was like accepting your question as an appeal to emotion. And so if I'm talking strictly about me as a human, then yes. But in certain instances, there would be like I would not like naturally
No, no,
hate
I'm
my
not
child
saying
just
like
because
there's
they
some
did
external
something
reason. No, no, no.
abhorrent, but I would
I'm
want
saying
to
right
hate them for
now.
doing that.
No,
Huh?
not they didn't do anything. They're the most angelic child you've ever had. I'm presuming, right? They don't need to do anything right now. Wherever that person, wherever your child is, whatever they're doing, presume it's like donating to charity or being the next Saint Anne, right? I'm saying right now, without anything else cognitively in your head, if you close your eyes, can you desire the want to hate them? And not just hate them as some dislike for what they did. Maybe they didn't do the dishes 2 hours ago. I mean, have such ire and such abhorrence for their nature that you would commit actual atrocities against them. They didn't do anything. Nobody's told you anything. You have no external influence. I mean, internally within your own mind, can you want to do that without summoning something they did or without summoning any external influence?
You got a wedgie.
Sorry, my speaking of kids, mine just showed up from school.
Who's that?
I don't I don't know how you're defining desire necessarily.
Yeah, object X that you have some affinity towards in your brain. Like, I want coffee in the morning. Coffee is an object that I have some affinity towards insofar as I like it, or maybe I even have some non-cognitive faculty that prompts me to lean towards it over some other type of beverage in the morning. So I want it. I have an affinity towards this object.
Okay, so don't let me give you just an example of how this is refutable. There are people who are addicted to certain substances.
Yep.
They want the substance, but they want to not want the substance.
Well, they just don't want to. Well, first of all, they want the substance, yes. But the reason why they keep getting the substance is because of some psychological influence that they also don't control. And the only burden I have by showing you this, the only thing I want to establish is that you don't control what you want cognitively in and of yourself. So you bringing up the addict example is a perfect case for an external thing influencing you insofar as you have no control over your future behaviors. Yes, you can
Right
act
on.
in accordance with your desires, but you don't control what you desire in the same way that an addict doesn't control that he doesn't want to be an addict, but he does so insofar as there's psychological influences that he's a slave to or she's a slave to, depending on the person, or they're a slave to.
Yeah, those
I'd like to
that
speak.
wait, hold on, real quick.
I disagree. I think they do have the choice, unless
No.
like in circumstances where they're like their body is chemically dependent. I can understand to stay alive, the survival thing of it. But on every other level, it is still a choice that they're making.
No. Wait, hold on. The point that Cage is making is that the addict, so desires can be conflicting desires. You can have desires where you desire one thing and then you have another desire against that same thing. But the point that Cage is making is that those desires, they didn't choose to have. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
So that's where the will comes in. This is the part I don't think free choice is a defeater for determinism, because choice is a part of determinism as well. So what we have to do to figure out if free will is true is we have to set up an experiment or a test to validate your theory, and we would accept everything you describe about free will if you can demonstrate through an experiment that it is the case. And so what we have to do is isolate your will in an experiment that says you have control over your will, not just your choice, but the will itself
Well,
behind the
we
choice.
do understand, Justin, that after the scientific revolution, most scientists are determinists for that exact reason.
Exactly. That's why I'm determined.
So where do desires come from?
The brain.
It's just a chemical
That's
something.
awfully reductive, right? The brain is a complex machine with trillions and trillions of connections that are occurring at like quantum level speeds that we have no comprehension on. To call it a chemical
Is your
reaction
brain
is,
you?
I believe so. Yeah,
The soul.
I believe that
Does
I
your
am
brain
just.
make choices?
Well, if by brain you mean me, then yes, I make choices.
Okay, so then you do choose your desires.
No, to say I make choices is to say I choose coffee over soda in the morning, but that's not to say I choose what I choose to want.
I think he makes choices based off of his desires, but he doesn't choose what he desires.
Yeah, like I don't desire doing cardio on the Stairmaster at 5 a.m. on level 15 speed. I'd actually kind of abhor that I do this every day. But for some reason, I desire it insofar as I actually do it. But I can't choose to not to desire it.
I actually have a quick question, real quick, but I don't
Summer,
want
you
to.
don't have to accept this. Hold on. Summer, you don't have to accept this question begging that Cage is doing, right? He's just making a claim. You don't have to go along with it.
Whoa,
You can just
how is
push
it
back and say, yeah,
question
you're full
begging?
of shit. You're question begging. And
Demonstrate how it's
Justin, you
question
have as
begging.
much. Justin, you have as much. You have to
Render the
prove you're
argument to how it's question begging.
deterministic. Hey, bud, let me talk. If you're gonna
Well,
say
we let
we're
you
just made a
talk, but you
claim and
deterministic,
you're
sound like
moving
you're
on.
fucking running a marathon, my boy. Like
Justin,
it's fucking hard.
I'm at work, dude. Sorry, I'm at work.
So not like
Justin, if you're
working.
gonna make a
You
claim, if you're
fucking
gonna make a
marathon
claim,
runner. I didn't. I'm asking you to render the argument that is question begging. That's what you said. These are.
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
am I the only one that heard this?
yeah. If
I heard it.
Cage is just saying, hey, I don't have a choice. This I'm just determined to do this without even
No,
justifying
that's
his
not what I'm
statement.
saying. I'm not saying I don't
Then
have a
it's
choice.
question begging.
I have plethora of choice. Every single day I wake up with choice, but I don't choose my desire. That's why I made that distinction. My desire is some extreme affinity towards some end. My choice is just some affinity towards some object.
What chooses your
But
desires,
where do your
Cage?
desires
Nothing.
come
I have
from?
no idea what chooses my desires. I don't need
How
to
do you
know
know?
what
How
chooses
do you
my
know it's not you
desires.
though? How do you know it's not you?
It's
I know
random.
it's not me because I act in accordance with some end through objects of my desire. I'm probabilistically determined to make some sort of choice dependent on my end.
Can you answer without question begging? Can you give me an answer without like a question begging
You
response?
asked me what are choices in reference to some end, and how do I know I'm not choosing them? I said I know I'm not choosing them because my choices are variable, but they're all consistent with some end. But I don't choose this end. I don't even know what the end is most of the time.
Well, no, because look, you just said you
Again,
don't desire to get on the treadmill at 5 in the morning or whatever, but you do it anyways. So you
Yep.
do have a choice about your desires, whether you act
Yeah,
on
I
them
could.
or not.
Oh, of course, I could choose to not do the stairmaster in the morning, but then I wouldn't be acting in accordance with some end. And if I'm not
So
acting in
you're the
accordance with some
part of,
end, then I
They're referring to
what?
the inclination. They're not
but
referring to the action.
right, the part of you that does not want to do the exercise,
Yeah.
that's a desire.
But I have
It's
prevailing
your desire.
desires. That's the point. I have a prevailing desire to look like a Greek god. I have a prevailing desire to look healthy. Prevailing desire to look good for my kids and my wife. Those are why I do it. Not
yeah,
because I
those are
just
all choices. Those are freely chosen. Those are you chose
no.
that
I don't
freely.
choose these
Nothing
things. I don't choose
forced you.
to
Nothing
look as
forced you.
sexy as fuck, Russell. I don't choose
You
that.
choose to
No, no,
act
you didn't
Bro,
on
choose
the
it.
desire or
that's
You
not
just
not,
what
saying
we're
you
talking
didn't
about.
but
is
it's
not a
still
response.
your
Look, we can make it
desire.
more simple. We can make it much more simple. A person wakes up in the morning and they don't want to walk their dog. They're lying in their comfy bed. It's winter now. Everybody's comfy in their bed. They don't want to walk their dog, but they get up and do it anyways. Why? If what Cage is saying is true, then there must be some prevailing end that they desire more than the desire to stay in bed. And typically, that end is a healthy, alive, treated well pet. That's why they do it. In the same way that I get up in the morning and go to the gym, not because and yes, I have the want to not to do it. Of course I do. But my desire is such that of a Greek god physique, and as insofar as I actually do it, that's why I do it. I have a prevailing desire.
Yeah, the
Look, it's
Okay,
confusion.
and so
Wait,
that
hold
the
is
on.
only
where
thing
The
that's
free
confusion.
choice lives, right? That
the only thing that's being said is that
No,
Cage, you
hold on,
observe
Rasol,
the.
please, please.
Go
The
ahead. Go ahead.
confusion you guys are having from what Cage is saying is that he is saying there's competing desires. You can have desires that are competing where one desire wants X and then another desire doesn't want X. But the point is that you aren't choosing either of those desires.
Yeah.
you're the one you act or the act on is the choice.
That's what's called compatibilism. And I mean, if compatibilists just want to say that an agent is free if and only if he acts in accordance with desires, and I come along and I say you don't actually control your desires, and therefore you're not free, well then
No,
you're
the
about as
fact
free
that
as a
you act at all
calculator.
is evidence of your free choice.
Wait,
How
Listen to
you
what I'm
wait,
act
one
saying.
is
second.
evidence
Listen,
of.
Wait,
Hold on.
well, listen to what I'm
you guys
saying,
want to
right?
hear
I'm
my?
saying a
Wait, one
cage.
second. Do you guys want to hear my Bristol impression?
He's out of breath.
Oh shit.
Like a calculator is programmed with particular functions, and that calculator
Mhm.
is free if and only if it is in accordance or in correspondence with that particular functions. In the same way that a human is free if and only if their actions correspond with particular wants. So they're free if they want coffee and they go up and get coffee, but they didn't choose the desire to get coffee.
Okay, let me
Yeah,
respond
no,
to
that
this. All
is
right,
so what I'm saying
Cage.
is
Hold on. Let me
say
respond.
you know
Let
that
me respond
coffee's
because
bad for you.
Cage.
What?
The only thing you're saying is that there are there's different influences in the world, right? That's all you're saying. The influences that you are coming in contact with, you don't choose them, right? That's all you're saying. But you do make a
No,
choice
that's not what I'm
on
saying.
what
No,
you
how are
actually
you so
choose to
confused? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying,
because
look,
you observe
people
the
have
outside world, right?
no, I'm saying people like you could be blind, or you could have no sense data at all, and you could still have desires.
Okay.
Look, all I'm saying is that somebody has desires. Person A has desires, and they have wants, right? And if we're defining free will, which is typically a huge contention, typically the determinists and libertarians would define it that an agent is free if and only if they could have acted a different way, right? I'm saying that this person couldn't act a different way because they don't control what they desire. And it seems like Summer is saying, no, the person is free because they're getting what they want, but they don't
No.
choose what they want.
I'm saying that, like, how I defined free will earlier is you do not have the ability to choose what happens. So, like, a desire for coffee comes up. You have no control over that, but you have the free choice to choose whether to get the coffee or not. And
Yeah,
that is telling you who
that's to
you
deny
are.
probability. Like, probabilistically, if somebody wants coffee and they have the capacity to do so, they're going to get coffee. That's why most modern
Right,
scientists
but if
are
they know that
determinists.
coffee's going to give them anxiety, they have within them the ability to choose not to get
Well,
it.
then they wouldn't want coffee, would they?
They desire coffee.
You stipulated in your thing. Well, no, desires aren't typically objectual, but you said in your thing that if somebody wants coffee, they might not. They have the choice to go up and get coffee. Well, if they want it probabilistically and they have the capacity to do so, they're going to go get it. But then you said, well, if they know that coffee is going to give them anxiety, well, then they wouldn't want coffee insofar as they wouldn't get up and drink it. They'd probably drink decaf or something along those lines, or they'd want to do something that is in most accordance with their wants. Right? If they want the taste of coffee and they want that bitter mouth feeling, but they know that they
Right,
have
and
anxiety,
that
then they're
is
not
just
going to take.
attesting to people
Cage,
choosing based on
what's a
wants
bitter mouth
rather than
feeling?
It's like when you get this like absence of taste in your mouth. It's like drink the worst coffee. Like go to an auto shop or any tradesman, walk into the main office, go to the secretaries, grab their coffee pot. That's bitter coffee. But yeah, I'm just saying
Pretty
people are
hot
gonna.
coffee
Well,
pot.
I'm making 2 points.
That's
One,
an
I'm saying
awfully hot coffee
probabilistically.
pot.
And the only reason we're talking about this is because you said that God wants us to choose what we want. And I'm saying, fine, I can agree with that. But we don't choose what we want. We don't choose what we desire. God chooses what we desire.
no. You choose
Then it's random.
to act on your desires or not.
Hey, when you guys say
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
Jim is asking a
compatible with what I'm
question.
saying.
When you say want and when you say desire, Summer, are you using those synonymously?
No, this is his argument is desires. I'm
Sorry,
saying that
I'm not
one
using them
second.
like
Cage, when you say want
like
and when you say desire, are you using them interchangeably?
No, absolutely not. By desire, I mean some end that you have affinity towards. And by want, I mean some object you have an affinity towards.
Oh, okay. So want is like bullet points, and desire is like the end goal.
Yeah, want is if I want to not be sleepy. I want to not be fatigued. I have a
Because I
plethora of
desire to not crash my
choices.
car.
Yeah, like you could right? You could get up and drink coffee, and you would reach that end, right? Your want would satisfy your desire. You could get up and take a caffeine pill, and your want would satisfy that desire. All I'm
Hmm.
saying, well, I'm saying two things. One, I'm saying that people do have choice within their wants, but I'm saying that they don't control their desires, which would make them about as free as an AI robot at about right this point.
and what I'm saying is they do control it by their choices.
Oh, wait,
Control
but
what?
Summer, the choices. We're just gonna push the question back, right, Cage? To what explains why they want to make the choices that they want to make?
Yeah, like what? That's the problem, right? If it's some internal.
There's so many different reasons. Like we all grow up in different cultures, our biology, there are so many different reasons, and I think that
We
Yeah,
don't
but
control that.
irrelevant,
that's,
honestly.
You
yeah,
don't
that's what
choose
we're
your
saying.
parents. Go
Yeah,
six. Go.
we don't
That's my
control.
point. We don't control any of that. None of it. We
Right,
don't
that's
control the
Wait,
culture
irrelevant.
we're
The
born
only thing that
wait,
into.
is
six. Get
relevant
your
to
point
who
off real
you
quick,
are is
six.
how you choose to react to those desires.
But the choices are explained by the desires, and the desires are we don't have any control over. That's what.
Explained by, but not justified.
What
Just
Well,
because
I
you
don't know
want it
about
doesn't mean you
justification
have to
here.
do it.
I don't know what you mean by
Well, I
justification.
agree, but I don't think that's answering his question too. I don't think it's really. I don't think anything you're saying is in discord with what I'm saying. I think it's perfectly compatible. I think we both agree
I
that people
agree.
have
I believe
choices.
that most of you guys actually believe in God without realizing it.
No, I'm not. I'm not even talking about that. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying, look, this person, right, can act in accordance with their wants, right? And actually, I'm actually making a bigger claim, saying this person is going to act in correspondence with their wants. And their wants are going to satisfy some desire. But their desire isn't controlled by them. And we agree when we're talking about people born into a particular culture or influenced by their environment, right? The only reason I have a desire to speak to you right now is
Wait,
because of prior experiences and probably future
wait,
experiences.
Summer. Also, you just said a thing. And I'm surprised that Cage didn't react to it. But
I know. I was waiting for it. I was just.
yeah, did you say that? Were you saying that to rage bait, or do you genuinely believe that?
I was mildly trolling. But if you want to try to refute it, I think I can explain some of it.
Wait,
I don't think it needs
all
refutation.
atheists are like suppressing the truth and unrighteousness?
No.
Okay, cool.
Zach, I'm sensing that she may not know what determinism is. I don't think she is distinguishing what's the difference between determinism and compatibilism.
Well, I mean, Summer, do you
So
think that people have free will?
If you're defining it as free choice the way that I defined it earlier, then yes.
Okay.
We don't
what do you think
disagree.
Right. What
I
do you think
know. That's why I
determinism
said I
is?
think you're Christian without even knowing you're Christian.
Yeah,
Oh my.
well, hold on. The whole reason I brought this up actually explicitly said that our desires come from God. And the reason I said all of that was to justify that God isn't actually maximally opposed to evil. Because if he controlled our desires or bare minimum influences them on some causal chain, then if somebody has a desire to perform
I
some
have
evil and they
refuted you
satisfy
every
that,
single time that you said God is opposed to evil.
but
Evil
you
is a
say privation.
privation of God.
Right, that means absence of God, meaning God
Right.
could go there if he was opposed to it, in the same way that a superhero can stop evil from happening if he knows it's happening. What God
Not
is also
without
So Summer,
stipulating,
are
negating your
you
free choice.
a
we talked about
compatibilist?
this.
Yes.
Summer, I said, just because I'm pushing my child's stroller down the street and I want to go catch after them and fall on a rock, I wouldn't look at the rock and say, you thwarted my free will.
I don't get how that's relevant.
Because free will doesn't entail the actualization of your want. Just because you want a pot of coffee and you get up to go make it and you bust your ass getting out of bed, that doesn't mean your free will has been thwarted. It just means you busted your ass getting out of bed.
Yeah, I agree that your free will wasn't thwarted,
Right.
but
So we don't disagree.
that's not the same as as God making your choice not actualized.
And that's
That's
what,
just
whoa,
like
whoa,
I don't
whoa,
want the
whoa, whoa.
consequences of the choice I'm choosing to make.
Is that
That's
logical?
silly.
But my whole point about that was that it's logically possible for somebody to do every action leading up to some malevolent act and God stop it. It's logically possible and consistent with how we know free will to be, given free will doesn't entail the actualization of your want, like we've just agreed.
And unjust.
What's unjust doing there?
For him to take away your ability to actualize your free choice, it's negating free choice and justice.
He's not taking it away. He's stopping it from actualizing. He's not taking your ability to actualize it away.
Yeah, if he's stopping it from being actualized, that's exactly what's happening.
No, look, if somebody's building a chair, right, and God destroys the chair the second they're done building it, they still built the chair. Just like a P3DO still messaged the miner, he just didn't actually assault her, right? But presumably God would be opposed. He'd actually probably be sick to his stomach because he's all present and all knowing that right now, probably some 12-year-olds are being raped, right? So why
Right.
wouldn't it
And
be
he brings
consistent to
justice
him
to that
stopping that?
situation.
But justice
He's just not
necessitates
stopping
something
it when you want
unjust.
him to.
Yeah, justice necessitates something being unjust. The reason justice exists is because it's to serve somebody or fulfill somebody to their well being again. If everybody had their well being, justice wouldn't exist as a virtue.
But you do not know if you are just or not.
I don't need to. I'm not God.
How is she defining just?
Justice as the virtue. So the swift act of bringing someone to fruition or actualizing somebody's well-being again after they've been wronged. Because without wrong, you wouldn't like Trey. Do you get up in the morning and go to your family, who let's presume is in prosperous, good health and financially like everybody's happy, and you say to them, "I'm going to bring you guys some justice today"? Would they be confused because they haven't been wronged?
Yeah, that would be confusing.
Right. In the same way that if no wrongs occurred, which is logically possible with the commitments we've made thus far, justice need not exist. It need only exist if something wrong has occurred.
Okay, so is she saying justice or some wrongdoing must occur so that justice can happen?
No, she's just saying that God is just, and in virtue of God being just, something wrong must occur, or else there'd be no point in saying God is just.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm saying that that by free choice, you're allowed to go against justice or to not want justice.
But under compatibilism, there's no free choice, Summer.
What do you
What?
mean by free choice? You're allowed to go against justice. Look, justice isn't some like process by which God does things. Justice is some
You can
state of
do
being.
unjust things.
Right, but God would be opposed to them if he is justice.
Right, and he brings justice as punishment
Look,
when
maybe I'll
we
make
do
myself
those
clear.
things.
If somebody is doing something unjust and God is right beside him, watching him do the unjust thing, in virtue of him being all just, he's justice itself, wouldn't that virtue motivate him to make whatever action that is occurring just, insofar as the least amount of injustice would occur?
The just thing is not forcing you to comply with his will, but allowing
Yeah,
you
but
to
answer
freely
my
choose it on your
question
own.
because it gets confusing. If you just answered my question, I'd understand you better.
Can you repeat the question?
If God was all present, all powerful, all knowing, all good, all just, and there's something
And
unjust happening, God would be present and watching it happen. And in virtue of him being all just, he'd want to see the least amount of injustice. And because he's all knowing, he'd know the agent's intent or the choice of free will, or the series of choices he'd make. And he'd allow the agent to make all of those choices right at the start or up until he begins the injustice. And the second millisecond, quantum second that the injustice occurs, God would be opposed to it and stop it because he's all just.
I don't what is the question though?
By all just, do you mean maximally opposed to injustice?
Is the foundation of justice.
By justice, do you mean the opposite of injustice?
Injustice, the same would be like a privation of justice.
No, those are not the same thing. To say a privation of justice would be to say that there is a good well being happening right now. There's no need for justice to occur. Like Gotham City is actually like some really good place to live. To say a injustice is occurring and to say what Gotham City actually is today, those are not the same thing. Like to say you're doing something not good or to say you're doing something that isn't good is not necessarily to say that you're doing something bad. It's just to say that you might be doing some morally neutral act. Like, I don't know, something that, like just a colloquial example that doesn't fully capture my point. But if you're not doing something illegal, but you're doing something unethical, that might be a colloquial example.
I guess it would be better to equate justice or like analogize it with us like how the scale is a depiction. So like an evening out of would be
Yeah,
justice, right?
justice on the scales
The
necessitate an
rebalance
equal
or
and opposite
equalizing.
injustice. But
Do
to
what?
have that scale would necessitate that an equal and opposite injustice exists. So, yes,
Why would it have to
opposite
be equal?
because it's a scale.
Justice is the scale. Injustice is when the scales are tipped.
Tipped towards what?
Either direction.
Yeah, but towards what? Direction of what?
The directions represent something.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay. Do you
Is
know
it good
what
and bad?
balancing a scale is? Or
Yeah, but
zeroing out is?
but I'm presuming you mean the legal scale where there's two things hanging from a pendulum right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the justice means. But those scales are representative of something symbolic, and typically it means good, and typically the other means bad. And if you
No,
mean
the
justice is
entire
that's
scale, the entire scale that's being held up on a pendulum is justice. If it leans too far left or too far right, that is injustice.
so if everything is all good, that's unjust or not just.
It would be unjust if everything was all good.
If everybody in this world was perfectly whelmed, right? So not overwhelmed or underwhelmed, just fine whelmed. And everybody had maximum well being. Everybody had no financial stress, no cognitive stress, no worries in the world. That would be an unjust world to you.
How did they get it?
God gave it to them. The scales are tipped in one favor. It doesn't matter how they got it, it just matters that the scales are tipped in one direction.
Yeah, the only way that that's even viable is if you're talking about heaven.
Look,
Fine.
if you could answer the question, because we've said, we've committed that for it to tip in any which way too far is to be unjust. Well, let's test that and think, what if it's tipped all the way towards God's nature? And that's everybody is max, or everybody is as close to
It would
God
be
and his
balanced
goodness as
equally
possible.
if it was about God's nature.
Well, I mean that by saying good, because the scales represent good and bad. So if it's too
No.
tipped, oh, sorry, to you they don't represent good and bad. My bad. To you they represent justice, and you said to go any which way is to be unjust. Well, one of the ways is goodness. So if
Yeah,
everything
so
is,
like for example, like your intention to be good could actually be doing harm to someone. Like if you
I
put in
agree.
good where good is not going to be useful, that is going to tip the scale.
Well, I don't agree to the utilitarian baked in assumptions, but on its face, if everybody was good insofar as their well-being was pleasant, right? Nobody had stresses, nobody had financial, whatever, whatever. You would still call that unjust because it's too far tipped in one direction, which the next
No.
inference is
So
that
if you're
heaven is
saying good
unjust.
good is an equivalent to God's nature, then the scale is balanced.
No, no, God is all good. I'm just saying everybody on earth is tending towards the good, which
Yeah,
would
so
still
the
in your
scale would
view,
even out.
which and still in your view would be tipping the scale because it's
No,
too
it would
far in one
even out the
direction.
scale.
Well, how would it even it out? Paint the
If
picture.
it's by God's will, then it's then it is alignment with justice, the foundation of justice, the scale in
Right. So then
itself.
why have we been talking like God couldn't do that on this world the entire time and you've been saying that
Because he
necessitates
does, and you're
injustice?
denying that that's what's occurring right now.
If
Yeah,
he's
because I think 12-year-olds right now are being raped. I think mass murderers are happening right now. I think political people are putting in evil plans to harm thousands, if not millions of people. I think billions of people around the world are starving.
Right, and
I
that's
think
why
natural
Jesus came,
disasters are
right?
taking out thousands of people. And to me, this is unjust and evil. To you, it's perfectly fine.
It's not perfectly fine. It is why we need Jesus, right? That Jesus came because of those types of things happening.
why
So
does
I'm so happy you've said that. So then the world isn't balanced, right? So it's not just.
The world has the opportunity to use their free choice to get on the balanced scale.
God could have made that so, but we already disagree on that. So if God
That
can't make
negates your
that
free will.
so, if we can't make that so, right, we don't control our desires and we can only control our wants, and our desires are a result of God and God's properties and and the total set of them, well, then everybody should have a desire to tend towards the good and the motivation for that
She
inference is if
rejected your
God is all
premise.
good and he creates every human being and he's opposed to the privation of him,
Okay,
why in the world would
she rejected all
anybody,
that. She
well, she hasn't
rejected that we don't
look.
choose. You say that we don't choose the desires. She believes we do. This is
No,
why you
she
guys
said
keep
we
going in
choose our
circles.
wants, Rasul. You're not
We
listening. She said we
choose how
choose what
we
we want.
react.
Yeah, that's not incompatible with what I've been saying at all. You understand that, right? I think we can choose different paths to get to the same end.
This is what they do, folks. They misunderstand simple concepts.
Like, this is what I've been trying to tell you.
No, for
God
sure.
could just give us all the same end, which is towards his goodness, which
That
means that,
negates
yes, of
free
course,
will.
which no, it doesn't, because look, one person could be St. Martha donating to the church. The other person could be helping out at food clinics. The other person could be Jimmy Carter helping at Habitat for Humanity. It doesn't necessitate one path that we all
Okay,
must
let's take
choose.
you and I for example right now. You're
Sure.
do you believe in God?
Hold on,
Absolutely not.
I think she's like
Do you want to be
presupposing.
with God?
Absolutely not. He seems terrible.
Would it be loving for God to make it so that you want to be with
That's
him?
the issue. She's presupposing the actual world.
I don't think God is loving, right? That there needs to be work to prove that, and I think
Right.
as I've
So you just have
demonstrated, he
this idea
doesn't.
in your mind about God that isn't the actual God.
Okay, well, this is why I asked you an hour ago, because we said God is a relationship between objects and their properties as truth. And then I said, I don't think any religious faith would agree with that insofar as they describe God as a classical theist God, particularly
Because I did not
the
limit
Abrahamic
him to
religions.
just that.
No, you didn't. You said he's omnipotent, right? All powerful. You said he's omnibenevolent, all good. You said he's all knowing. And then you said he's a mind and he's a being with agency. That
And
was the extra commitments.
I also contended that because I prefer to use the words like best or most instead of all because of the connotations when you say all.
And then I said, if he's just some supervenient being on some Christian faith, because Christians do believe there is a maximally powerful being, then it's either the case that that being you're talking about isn't God, or he's just a subject of God like me. And I don't care what a subject of God like me does. I care what I do. And if he's not God, then you're worshiping the wrong person.
But God allows you to care about what you do and
How
to
does that
choose that
respond to what
over
I just
him.
said? Like, you understand the Christian theology, the classical theist view is makes those commitments for a reason. It's not just because they like the word of all powerful. They make it's a big claim and they make it with such bravado because there's argumentation that supports that. It's not they don't just go away with it and go all because they feel
It
like it or they
feels like you
prefer the
want me to
words.
align my beliefs to theirs so you can argue against their beliefs.
No, I think if you think that God is just some most good being, well, then you're either in discord with the Christian theology and as such not a Christian, or you think that God didn't actually, or is only powerful insofar as he can create the universe and you're like aligned to some deism view. So either one,
No.
I've done the work to just show that you're not either holding to the Christian values, which is how
Tell
this
me the
Christian,
Christian theology, please.
which one?
Well, the one that you're sitting here saying
Sure,
that
we'll
you're
go with
refuting, I
Thomism.
guess.
We'll go with Thomists, right? They think that God is
Okay.
a triomni being with a mind. They think that he's outside of time and space. They think that he created everything. They think that theologically in their theodicy is one of Roman Catholicism, right? So that's their theology. At no point would they ever just say God is mostly good at this stuff. They'd say he's all good at this stuff. In fact, they'd
No.
say that a property
The
of
most
God.
good, not mostly good. You're see how you're like trying to trip it up? That's not how this works.
Well,
Okay?
then what's the difference
Instead of
between the
saying
most good and all? What's the distinction between those two?
the connotations that come into all because then you bring in illogical like presuppositions.
No, by all powerful, I just mean anything that's logically possible. I baked that in
Okay?
from the
As long
start.
as that's what you're standing to, which we went over earlier. So that's
Right. So if you're saying the
consistent.
most powerful and all in the way that I cash out all is synonymous with the most powerful, then everything I've said is still potent to your view. You haven't like evaded it just by saying a different set of words that mean the same thing. That's why I went over for like an hour about how saying that God is can do anything logically possible is a huge claim. That's how this conversation started because I said he could have agents that have free will or the illusion of free will and still perform the good. There'd be no evils like 12-year-olds being great.
But
That's why
every
this
time you've made
conversation
those
started.
you've made a lot of assertions, but I've refuted them. Most of the things that
What?
you say that God could have done negate his character. You're
There's no
asking for something
contradiction.
unrealistic, illogical.
Look, if the properties of God is that he's all good, all powerful, all knowing, with a mind and agency, there's no contradiction in saying that it could be the case agents have free will insofar as they're able to make choices, but that one of their choices, if they're in discord with this property of God, doesn't come to fruition. That's actually expected under the hypothesis, and insofar as it's evidence. That's not to point out any contradiction. Everything I've said, like the skiing analogy, was perfectly logically possible, and that's within my burden. That's why omnipotent is a huge claim because now my burden is just to show some contradiction given some state of affairs.
or not even a contradiction, some logically possible scenario that just didn't come to be.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're saying like an appeal to a theoretical.
A hypothetical syllogism is a valid form of inference.
Yeah, but it doesn't account for the nature of who God says he is in this reality. You're trying to make God into something he's not, or go against the things that have actually been actualized.
Theoretical. I think
I've said thus far that God is all powerful, all knowing, all good. He has a mind, he has agency. I even gave out the Thomistic theodicy. Nothing I've said is in discord with any Christian theology insofar as I know. I've not made any false things. You've made like further commitments that are not pertinent to my objections, because all I need to formulate this objection is the three omni properties. That's it. I don't need anything else. Anything else is like tertiary, like this relationship between objects and properties as you would commit God to. I don't care about that.
I just don't think it's logically possible, the thing that you're pitching.
Where's the contradiction? Where's the violation of identity? Where's the true or not? Where is my saying it's not bivalent?
I don't know what bivalent means.
True or false? Where am I saying that a proposition does not hold a true or false value? Because I've not said a contradiction. I've not violated God's identity. I think I've done a very good job at representing classical theism, insofar as I understand it. Everything I've said has been consistent with the view of God, if not expected, given the property set. I don't understand why you would make such a bravadous claim that it's illogical what I've been espousing. You might say you don't agree with it, or you have some motivating reasons to not agree with me that you can't articulate right now, which is more than fair. But to say is illogical is to discredit me, and it's frankly disrespectful.
You're negating that there is free will and justice in this current world. You're just trying to extrapolate those two things and make a theoretical other world and call it logical.
No, all I've done is extrapolate from the three properties of God. You used free will as an objection. We agree that people can choose what they want, or people can make choices that are in accordance with their wants. Where we disagree, and it seems like we did it, or where we agreed for a short second until you took it back, was that people can't choose the desires that they have. They can only choose to act in accordance with their wants, right? We didn't disagree there. And that's why I made the point about your desires being given to you by God, and why in a world where everybody performs the good, if everybody has an affinity towards some end, that which is good, that'd be expected under some creator that is all good. I'm fine if you just say to me, look, I've had this conversation, I'm done with it, I can't articulate my point because I have motivating reasons that are strong and potent that would refute you, can't have them right now. But what I don't appreciate, and which gets me rather passionate, is to say I've been illogical thus far. I do my very best to not...
I didn't say the whole time. I just meant about this one thing that you just said, about where how you're taking parts of what you want out of God and making another fake world. And I can articulate the fact that you keep saying that we agreed. I agree that like the desire that comes up, like a craving for something or something like that, no, you don't necessarily control. There are a lot of factors that contribute to that. I don't believe that all your desires are from God. I believe a lot of it has to do with like your culture, your background, your environment, all kinds of different things.
Well, the first part is I'm not taking particular parts of God. I'm taking the entirety of his properties, all of them. Everyone is important.
No, his long suffering, his justice, and his allowance for free will, you have taken out for this theoretical world.
Well, that's because I said justice necessitates wrong, and if God is if God is opposed to wrongness, or wrongness is a privation of him, then he must not be all present or present everywhere, or he must not be all knowing because he doesn't know about it insofar as it's happening with his absence being there. Now, the other
no,
thing
because that doesn't account for people like you who do not want to be in alignment with God.
It doesn't matter if I'm a unmotivated non-believer, because if it were the case that God was all-knowing, he would display, or no, sorry, that's not what I want to say. If it was the case that God was all-knowing, and he was able to epistemically reveal that to me, then I wouldn't be an unmotivated believer. I would be a motivated believer, but that's not the case, and it's tertiary to the point. You said I was being illogical because I brought up points from a particular part of Christianity. I've represented classical theism perfectly as far as I'm concerned. Like, I'm pretty sure if you brought up any Thomist or any Roman Catholic and asked them, what is God? They're going to define it as pure act, and as such, a being with a mind, agency, all powerful, all good, all knowing. And they might even get into further theodicies. What you're bringing up about justice necessitates wrongness. What you're talking about being good doesn't actually refute what I've said, because I would just go to show he's not all knowing or he's not all present. Why I brought up the whole scenario about an injustice happening right beside him.
Right. And this is where it crosses. So this is where it's crossing the line, right? When you say all present, you have to consider the other characteristics of God, like the justice, because if he were to impose himself on you, who does not want him imposed on you, he is negating your free will.
Right, but we already defined justice just means you're promoting maximal well-being. So if God stops you from hurting somebody else's well-being, he's promoting everybody's well-being because he's stopping you from hurting someone else.
What about one's desire to not be raped? One's free will to choose to not be raped? Is that like a-okay for God to just totally disregard that because God needs to actualize someone else's free will?
That's a good point, Duker.
What do you mean?
Right.
He doesn't act on either, right?
So you were saying to stop someone from actualizing their desire means you're interfering with their free will. Me not being able to actualize my desire to not be raped is interfering with my free will, correct?
No, that's the same analogy as nihilism used a few minutes ago about tripping on a rock on the way to catch his kid. You don't blame the rock.
Right. So then you agree with him that God can do things that mean somebody's trying to act on their desire, but they're not able to achieve it. But now you're going to disagree with that and say, no, that interferes with free will. And then we end up in this loop again, right?
I'm confused. You're assuming the second part of the question, but I want to address the first.
Because last time that was brought up 45 minutes ago, that's what you said. So I'm like, you're bringing up, right? You're saying that still someone, like God is still thwarting someone's free will.
No.
Right? Okay, you don't. So then God could like have an agent whose desire is to stop all rape, and then they're able to actualize that and prevent.
I don't
rape.
can you just help me understand, Ukraine, maybe that like, okay, I have like this desire, right, to not be raped. So
Yeah.
how do I act upon not being raped? How do I act upon that desire to not be raped? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
I don't know,
the
like
desire would be
maybe
to
I
save.
can outrun the person, maybe I can get out of their grasp, maybe I have some sort of weapon
I mean,
to
like in
protect
this sense, like
myself,
you can do
you
all
know?
those things. What I'm saying, like, no, like God's not stopping you from fighting off a rapist. What I'm saying is that like the desire to not be raped isn't something that I can act upon. In the sense that like I can fight
And
against
that's another
the person
person
that's
taking your
raping
free will
me.
away, not God.
Like God isn't like holding me back, right? In the sense of like he's saying, you know, he's telling me I can't fight against my rapist.
That's because all I'm like, the positive thing, you're right. To make a negative desire would be towards some negative end, and that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Right? In my view, it's only positive ends, meaning your desires to be safe and your wants would be, striving towards that end. Now, you're right. God doesn't stop you from running away. But if God is opposed to any evil happening, or any evil in the sight of God is going to incur such an emotional rage that he would be inclined to stop it, given he's all good, or goodness itself, then it's perfectly fine to say that an agent is free if and only if their actions do not promote negative well-being, because God is justice. So I'm saying rapists
So when you
One.
So when you are following Jesus, that is equivalent to what you just said.
I have no idea what you mean by following Jesus.
When you're putting your trust in what he taught and what he did, that is equivalent to what you just said.
What, promoting maximum well-being?
Yes.
Well,
Couldn't God then make an agent that has desire and the ability to stop all rape, right? If our desires come from God, God could
Why
make
can't that be
an
you and I? Why can't we go and resolve this problem as humans? Why can't we
I
magnify
agree.
our intentions to resolve that?
I agree. Why can't that
I
be us?
agree too. Why hasn't that been actualized?
I agree. Oh
Here's
my
my
God, yes.
Something like, I think, like, if you're saying that, like, that the person,
I
right?
mean,
I'm me,
the
right?
world that is
I have the,
favored
hold on.
is, yeah, go ahead.
Right. Me, Whitney, the creation, the human being, have the power to, like, not do evil things, right? That's not something that God is actualizing in the sense that, like, he's the first principle of the cause of those things. Like, I'm the causer of that. So
No.
I'm trying to
Give the
understand what you're saying.
desire, like, right? God gives us these desires, correct?
No.
God gives us these
So
desires. Okay.
You
why
can't remember,
not
we
the
haven't told them
desire to
about,
stop rape and the ability to do so?
we didn't tell them about
Well,
my
he
desire to
does
want.
say, like, his intervention, if, like, we're talking about, like, some kind of notion of intervention, like, he uses the means of creation to intervene, i.e., like, giving us life in ways that we can intervene and thus make choices to act upon these desires.
Yeah, but okay, well, wait, one, you missed a bunch. But the only reason we're saying desire instead of want is because by desire, I don't think you can control, like, you can't want to do something. And by want, I mean some object or affinity, some object you have some affinity towards, like a pot of coffee. You want a pot of coffee. By desire, I mean some end that you have a tendency towards, like goodness or evil. And my point was, why isn't it? It's logically possible that God could have given us all the desire to tend towards the good, and as such, we perform our wants in correspondence with that, right? Insofar as we all do things that are good, but we don't do things that are good. In fact, what you just said about God can give me the desire to not grape somebody, well, that still wouldn't be in accordance or correspondent with God's nature. The correspondent thing of God's nature would be God would promote me to God would give me the desire to promote well-being. Simply not graping somebody isn't promoting anybody's well-being. Helping grape victims and helping survivors would promote well-being.
Yeah, that would be a desire from God. But how you choose to act on your desires, or the desires that come to you, not from God, but from all of the other things within this world, that is where your choice lies.
Wait, what's
Does
the
God
argument that
also
some of them are?
protect those? Wait, does God also protect those desires that don't come from Him?
I don't know what you mean by protect here.
What do you mean?
Like so okay, I might be misunderstanding you. Free will is means that God does not stop us from actualizing our desires. So is that only the desires that God gives us, or any desires that
I'm
we
not
have?
sure. I mean, I don't know about Summer, but, like, at least my notion of free will doesn't have, like, at least that understanding. When I'm talking about something like free will, it's simply the notion to choose him or to not choose him.
So Summer, you had said that free will is us being able
Is
to
you can't control.
No, you said
Free will
free
is you
will
can't control what happens.
No. You said free will was us being able to actualize our desires. Correct?
Yeah, true good. No.
Hey,
So
just so you
that's
guys
why I'm trying to
know,
reiterate. Okay,
like,
there's two
hey,
parts.
just wrap up this point, and then Summer, you can have like the last word for like a minute and a half, and then I do want to move to Glover because he said he can objectively prove God.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's skip all this and go to Glover.
Okay.
Summer, you can have the last word though.
I was just going to reiterate what I said free will is. So, like,
Do
you
it.
can't, you don't have the choice of what happens. You have the total choice of how you react to what does happen.
Hell yeah. That was Summer, I really did like hearing your perspective for that long, and you were, I think, I think you're super polite, and yeah, I like that. Thanks.
Thanks.
She's more polite than me.
I mean, that's a low
What?
bar.
Did I say thus?
No, you didn't say it enough, honestly.
Oh, darn. So am I getting kicked for Clover?
I think maybe Jim wants to come up or Slurms or somebody. But I mean, I don't, until they request, I'm not gonna kick you.
Okay, but can you guys tell me what these little coin things are? Why does it say 24?
You got gifts
They're
from
gifts.
people.
That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like it
Oh,
can
well, thank you.
equate. It equates to some kind of monetary value.
If you look at your coins and Cage's coins, you both have the same, so that means that you both did equally well. And now it means that you won that discussion because you have more.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Clover, give us the evidence. Give us
Okay.
the proof.
All right, sounds good. All right, so it really is simple. So the way I know for a fact that God exists is well, flat earthers do exist, and that is a form of torture for me. So I feel like the only way to explain that is there is a God exists that hates me. And yes, if you're gonna ask, I did wait that long for that shitty joke. I'm sorry.
I know you, so I knew it was going to be something like that.
Yeah, no, I don't got nothing. I
should have screenshotted it before I came up there. But hi. Hey guys. So
Hello. I thought Summer was great. I think she just, and I didn't quite get a chance to get there, but I think she just has some contradictions in what she believes in, which I'm totally fine with because same.
I feel like I missed out on a lot of
I agree with a
context.
lot of things she said, especially the whole part like you have every choice of how you react, because the thing is I've been told that if you react, illogically, you're going to shorten your lifespan. So I fully agree, but we'll find out eventually, maybe. So I feel like I have proof somewhat of a god. I'm not sure who he is, but just because like there is a certain cyclical flow to life, as well as the universe is not locally real. So that means like at least things inside of it have to be observed to be like not in a wave. So with that said, like I don't think that everybody is looking at everything all the time. So the fact is that if it's there, then there has to be a connection, which I've found that as well. And so I believe that that's proof of a god or a watcher from outside of here, our known space and time.
That's quantum woo woo.
How's that Delulu?
Quantum woo woo.
How's that Delulu?
No, he said woo woo, which is slightly nicer.
I'm here for it.
This is what they do, Cray.
This is what they do, Trey.
Wait, did that guy get wrecked already, or did he just leave because he got cut off? Dang.
Oh, he just came up to make that crappy joke. That was it.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I
I
thought.
have a quick question. I don't know if anyone's going to know this. I've been trying to get in touch with Coco for an exact answer. How long is like each section of the debate?
Each one is like 3-minute openers with 5-minute cross examinations with 3-minute closers. So it's
There
like
we
20
go.
minutes each.
There we go. 3
You're
minutes.
trying to get in touch with Coco? I can't get Coco off of my ass. What do you mean you can't get in touch with her?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess he just doesn't like me that much.
If you just say a position Coco disagrees with, he'll quickly come around to change his position to yours.
I got him. I remember one day I was giving him like a really like psychotic Nietzschean argument for why master morality and slave morality exists.
Oh,
I delivered it in the most like psychotic way possible. He's like, yeah, I think that's a logically sound and valid point. I'm going to adopt it. And I was like, there's no fucking way.
I recently came up with a new philosophy, and it's that Coco will interrupt you making a point to make the same point but worse.
I hate those kind of people.
That's not a philosophy. That's true.
I know.
Philosophies aren't true by that logic.
So this is one of the things I have as my proof or whatever. And it's like an article on like circadian rhythms. My thing is usually people have the argument of well, this one's not a really good one. I just have to
What the fuck?
screenshot. Huh?
Ain't reading all that.
Okay, basically this one specifically, because this is the one I read last night, and this is why I have it screenshotted. This one is actually talking about like how lights turn on and off. Like when you have the lights off, it'll get you into like a certain way that a rhythm goes. But there's another one I have that talks about individual cell rhythms, and how like when you are a person, you're gonna.
Yeah, it has to do with our day-night cycle. Anyway, oh.
My God.
Oh,
Jane?
funny, you
Guess who that was?
Who? Jim?
It was Rasol.
Oh.
What?
Look, Rasol, we don't kick you when you say stupid fucking shit, and that's like 90% of the time.
Yo, he was talking to that Forrest guy, and he said, "One more time, and you're muted, buddy."
Wait, Forrest Valkai?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Forrest Gump.
Now I know who does that every time I come into these rooms.
True.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So
as you were saying.
So I was sorry, I was saying that was the one I read, but there was another one I was skimming through, and it was similar, but it was more about the individual cells. And basically, we do have cyclical natures to life. And so I don't know if you guys want me to pull it up. I can like screenshot something a little closer so that you guys can like read it or whatever, so that you can know I have proof of the cyclical nature that we all go through. But basically, I know that it's because we take on these elements, and so based on where and when we were born, we go through our cycles. And God doesn't have to. He's not gonna like impede on that. It's up to how we deal with it. And so I really don't know if this God person's even alive at this point, but somebody has to be out there watching us. So
I don't consent to him watching me.
Well, the thing is, he may not be directly watching you, but we are all on this like thing called an electromagnetic field, and it connects us all.
I don't consent to being on this field. I didn't sign up for it or read the terms of service.
So while you're in it, you don't have a chance. You don't have like a choice while you're in it to whether or not you consent, because you're in it. So the only way out is through.
Well, what is this? This is like high school when I'm speaking to a girl that really wants me from the football team. The only way out is through.
You're connected to all of us, so you're going to go in your time. You have a set time that you enter and a set time that you end.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, watch me. I'm going to go right now.
Good luck.
Watch. It's going to be your fault. Watch.
I'm literally looking at your little rat. Okay, there he goes. I didn't see that coming.
Okay.
Cool.
That was good.
That was Rasol again.
Yeah, it was.
First, it was non-local realism, and then circadian rhythms, and then therefore God exists.
I did have a question for you, Stephen.
Yeah.
You're pretty educated on physics, right?
A little bit. I'm in pure math, so I mean, we do like an applied math section when we do pure math, but I mostly just like write proofs and stuff. So, like, I'm a little bit into physics, but I wouldn't say I'm like an expert.
Yeah, well, 2 + 2 is 4. Okay.
Yeah.
Steven?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe I could. What was your question?
I saw something that I've been thinking about. It talks about how entropy. Sorry, there's my neighbor's getting their roof.
Yay, Robbie! I love you. I miss you so much. I ask about you so often.
Yes, Bobby.
Yeah.
So I heard the idea
Yo.
that entropy creates more order. The more entropy, the more order. And that was like the way they demonstrated that was like they had like a jar with like dice in it, and as they shook the jar, the dice became organized inside the jar.
Low entropy is related to more order. High entropy is more disorder, if you want to think about it in that way. I think that often gets mixed up, the way around that it is, but yeah, that's more or less the idea.
Okay, but in regards to like maybe even geometry though, would that not be the effect, and maybe not a law, but would you not see that observe that
I mean,
because geometry is symmetrical, that over time things are going to look more symmetrical?
well, entropy is usually like referenced in topics like thermodynamics or like the arrow of time. It's not really a topic that we discuss in geometry, but maybe I'm just misunderstanding what you're.
Yeah, no. It's a simple concept. If it's not a thing, then that's fine. I just wondered if it was a thing.
Yeah. There's like a few different definitions for entropy. Maybe the more simplistic one is that entropy is equal to the Boltzmann constant multiplied by the log of the microstates.
Mm-hmm.
But there's more like complicated, not too much complicated, but a bit more complicated definition that you can look at, which is like what was the definition? I've forgotten now. I think it's like P log P. For the I don't know if maybe you can just Google it. I'm just trying to remember that off the top of my head. But that gives you a bit more insight of the distribution of the microstates, all the possible distributions. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe you have to look at it because basically all entropy defines is like how much usable energy there is in a thermodynamic system. And so if that's what you're asking the question about, that's what it will be able to give you information about. And that's typically related to how much order there is within a system, if that makes sense.
So then order wouldn't be in this like geometric sense. It would be in just energy, just expanding directionally or temporally.
So basically, when you're thinking about a thermodynamic system going from order to disorder, basically what's happening within that system is the energy is being consumed. So as energy is being consumed, it's creating disorder by that, what I mean is it's not like being like destroyed or anything. It's just going from a usable state to an unusable state. And that's usually defined in terms of order. And so when you're talking about like the arrow of time, the relationship to that is that you don't have like these reversible it's the probability of a reversible process occurring is very unlikely. So like when you see like a glass shatter, that's going to a more disordered state, and it's not randomly gonna reverse and go back to an ordered state where the glass is now configured in a way where it's all mended back together, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it.
And so this sort of when you look at like the Newton's laws, they typically are symmetric in time both ways, but because of this irreversible processes that have low probability, it seems that the arrow of time always goes forward. And so this is how we get that direction of time, if that makes sense. Sorry if I'm being not so clear.
So then would our experience, this is what I've always wondered, would then our experience of time be simply in like a deterministic state would just be the like energy becoming less usable as we mentally process life, or as we continue to move forward in time. Like, is that why we experience time like that?
What the hell are you talking about?
So it sounds like Justin is talking about time and entropy.
Science
doesn't know about time, though.
So, there is some relation to like energy conservation there. Like you can imagine, consider like a system that's symmetric in time. Like if I played the video forward or in reverse, it would look the same. Those systems, the energy is conserved. Opposed to like a system where you could tell if you're like playing the video forward or in reverse. So I mean, there is some like relation between like conservation laws and like Noether's theorem there, but I don't know if that helps.
I think like like if you think about it, like if energy is conserved, the energy is going nowhere. So what you're seeing is that systems becoming more disordered, and so it's no longer usable in a way. So it dissipates throughout the system in a way that's disordered, and so you can't get out the same amount of work from an ordered system in comparison to a disordered system. If that makes I think I've, at least through conversation, I think that's as much as we can really say about it, unless we go through the definitions thoroughly together. I don't know what much more to say. Or at least you check out one of those videos from, who's that guy, that Canadian guy that lives in Australia? I sent the video to you, Ducroxy.
Ducroxy.
You did? Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
a long time ago on entropy. Veritasium, that's it.
Oh yeah. It's been a while. Yes, that's what Flaubert calls me. He calls me Ducroxy.
I'm sorry with that. I'll shut up. I just wanted to say hi to everyone because everyone's
I
going to
love
disappear
you.
soon.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, where is everyone going? I wanted to come on and say so I don't lose everybody.
So I don't think that like TikTok's gonna like go down
Yeah.
on the 19th.
TikTok-
I'm fairly certain
TikTok's
that
not
it's
going down. Yeah.
Going to hell.
So but if you want, like Robbie, I think you're on Discord, so at least we have that. But
Yeah.
Wait, did Justin drop or did he get kicked?
I kicked him.
Oh, bye, Justin. I see everybody's going on that Chinese app, so maybe I'll download that and follow everybody there.
Why did you kick him?
I'm kidding. I didn't kick him.
The way you said Chinese there sounded like a slur.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it as a slur. I just saw I just saw everybody is there's a big. Well, I just came on TikTok just before TikTok disappeared, and there seems to be this cool Chinese app that everybody's downloading.
Oh yeah, Red Note. Robbie, can you, like Jim had a question down there, can you give me an explanation or us an explanation of what quantum decoherence is?
Oh my god, when did this become a nerd live wit?
Nerds!
So it's just basically when you like look at the Copenhagen interpretation, for example, you have a quantum system that's in a state of superposition, and decoherence is when something interacts with that system, that wave function collapses into a specific state. And so it's when it decoheres, it's just going from, if you're taking the Copenhagen interpretation, the wave from it being in a state of superposition, and then when something interacts with that system, so that can be the environment, it decoheres into a specific state.
Okay,
Does that make
I
sense?
definitely understood everything that you said, but I want to understand when you say something like the environment. Like, are you saying that are you talking about like the environment, i.e., like the universe? Is that what you're talking about, or the environment within the quantum?
Yeah. So it can be like, for example, when you think about Schrodinger's cat, they like use this like I think it's an atom that has a 50% probability of decaying or not decaying, and when it decays, the cat is either dead or alive. And so um, basically the air molecules within that box means that it's not going to be in a state of superposition. It's the environment or the air molecules will interact with the atom that will decay, and so the cat, at least on the macro scale, won't be in a state of superposition. So it would have interacted with that system. That's just one example, for example, or even the double slit experiment. When you like put a detector there, and you observe it, it's gonna collapse
Are
or it's
you
gonna
saying
localize.
maybe I'm just not understanding, or maybe I just want to understand. I'm just gonna ask this question anyway. Like, does the quantum field and like what's in the quantum, does it like it's in a superposition, right? But um, does that like affect the like the other field, if you will, of just like, what we have here, like matter and stuff like that? Is that maybe what you're trying to say?
Um, so when you're talking about quantum fields, that's different to me speaking about the wave function describing like a particle that's in a state of superposition.
Hmm.
Quantum fields are a little more complex than just like the wave function.
For sure.
But what I'm talking about with regards to decoherence is like if you do have when we typically we use like mathematics to describe like the properties of a particle, for example, and there is like a probability associated for a particular quantum state of that particle.
Mm.
And so what the wave function describes is um, I don't not how do I put it? There is it describes a probability if you take the square of that wave function
Mhm.
uh, uh, for each quantum state. So there's a probability state associated with each quantum state. And so what
Sure.
we typically say to describe it is it's in a superposition. So it's in a state where it's in all of those states of probability.
I see.
But when you interact with it or the environment interacts with it, so that can be a detector, that can be an air molecule or whatever,
Mhm.
it will collapse to one of those states.
One of
So
those
there's
states.
no longer a distribution. It's no longer in a state of superposition in all of those states. It's localized to a specific state. Am I
I see.
making sense?
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing and a bit abstract, but it's just the
No,
nature
I
of
get it.
quantum mechanics.
So like maybe in the way that like I'm understanding that like if an air molecule interacts with this wave function in the quantum, right? Then we see like the probability it becomes actualized and like localized. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, localize is meaning that the wave function is going to collapse to a state. So
Yes.
there's like lots of different ways of describing like what I'm trying to say here, but
Yeah, I know what you're
um,
saying. I think.
yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, that's I think that's more or less it. I hope that I've been clear.
No. I
Uh,
think
I,
I think you are. I mean, look, I mean, obviously you know more about this stuff, but I think you described it pretty well. Um, that like things on like a mat, like you're just saying like on a macro scale, i.e. like something like a molecule, right? Could maybe
it,
go ahead.
it,
Stop me. I don't want to say
what
something
I'm saying
stupid.
in the macro scale, like the reason why we don't observe the universe to be like quantum,
Right.
let's say, is because there's all of these interactions that are going, so that it's really difficult to actually have something in a superposition. So because there's so much interaction from everything, if that makes
For sure.
sense,
No.
anything in the environment.
Right. Okay. But are you saying that everything within like the quantum is in a state of superposition, meaning that it has sort of like all these possibilities? Right.
Yeah, so that's tip like so there's multiple different interpretations. So to be frank, we don't actually know what's occurring.
Right.
What we have is a mathematical description
I see.
describing like the properties of a particle, for example,
Mhm.
and the different interpretations have different consequences for how we interpret the mathematics. And so if you take the Copenhagen interpretation, which typically physicists use through academia to understand quantum mechanics, that's the most, most taught interpretation. This is how we talk about it in university. But then, you hear other people talking about different interpretations, and this has different physical consequences and how the world works. So, I guess at this point, I'm just kind of like, I'm not sure which one is the correct one, but to be consistent with my colleagues, I just use the Copenhagen interpretation.
I got you. Okay, cool.
Is this the one where they're upon observing the particle, it changes?
Oh man, all the crews here. Sorry, maybe does somebody? I feel like I've been talking too much. Does anyone else want to talk? I like just listening to you guys, if that's okay.
No, I want you to keep talking. What's non-local again? Hi, Jim.
We just like
God is silencing you, Jim.
wow. We just appreciate your knowledge on the subject, and so whenever we get to pick your brain, it's very useful. So, but if you don't, if you're kind of tired and stuff, that's fair.
Oh, no, oh shit, maybe I'm cutting out. I'm happy to do that, but I think, I just also like hanging out with you guys too. But yeah, shit, now I forgot the question. Sorry.
No, I don't know. She was talking about observing something and that affects what it does. She was asking if that was what you were talking about.
I feel like some of you were asking about the observer effect or something like that.
Yeah. There you go.
You can. There is somewhat of a relationship there, but I think often the observer effect is, how do I say, misunderstood a lot as requiring consciousness to make that observation, but it's just an interaction with the system. So there are similarities there. It's kind of Oh, look, Mitch said it, kind of.
Well, you're saying, could it be something like an agent with consciousness that could interact with it? It doesn't. It just doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think that's it. It's an interaction specifically.
Yeah, I got you. Right.
That's
It
what we're
doesn't. It's
talking
not
about.
necessarily an agent. It has to be consciousness, but it can be something with consciousness. Got it.
No means no, people.
Fine.
All right, I'm fucking stopping. God, he doesn't want to talk.
How is everyone?
Great.
No.
Well, wit is great, but
Oh, sorry.
that's because I got cooked by her today.
Yeah, cooked, done, over.
Oh, you did?
I'm
What did
well
you
done now.
No,
Yes.
she just presented something, and I just sort of challenged her on it. That's all.
Yeah, that was it. And then I don't know what happened. We got distracted and didn't finish.
It's okay. You guys are regularly cooked by me, so just get over it.
I'm going on unpaid leave.
Like what else is new?
Look at you, no.
Sorry, Floppy.
Oh, I was just saying to Mitch, I'm going on unpaid leave for a few months to go back to New Zealand.
Oh man, nice.
It's
the same as
it's not
unpaid.
It's not for a good reason, but but at least I'm going to put my PhD on hold, and then it's probably going to be extended by 3 or 4 months, depending on how long I'm spending in New Zealand, and that can be anywhere from 2 months to 4 to 6 months. So I'm not sure how. Yeah, my dad's really sick. That's why I'm going back.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's all good. I'm happy we got those extra 2 years where we didn't expect him to live further than 6 months. So I think now's the time that I go home, spend some time with him before. I think it's it was coming, but I'm glad I'm actually come to terms with it. So I'm at peace with it, and I'm just gonna go back home, hang out, and yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to come up here and share bad news, but
Oh
I
my
just
gosh,
wanted to say that.
okay,
to
Robbie.
say
Well,
that because
if you need anything, we're here for you.
Yeah, I hope for the best.
yeah, thanks guys. I'm sure I'll find you on that new Chinese app that I'm gonna download after.
Yeah,
What's the name
do
of it?
it. It's
What's
called Red Note, but like just look up Red Note on like your.
Zhao
I don't know.
Hongzhi?
Yeah, I don't know if you have Android or Apple or whatever, but just look it up. It should be there.
Yeah, we'll do. Oh man, but yeah, I thought I'd come on. I've been taking a break, and just so I make sure that I can keep in touch with everyone before this app, if it does, and if it doesn't, then that's great. But if it
It
does
doesn't
go
look like
away,
it's going to.
but if it
It
does
doesn't
go
look like
away,
it's going to like the Biden administration. I guess. I mean, they've only got what like less than a week, 5 days or something at this point before Trump gets in, but they were saying they weren't going to enforce it, and then Trump said that he wasn't going to enforce it either. So it doesn't look like it's going to go dark on Sunday.
right? Oh well, that's good. That's good to hear.
I feel like this is gonna be like that whole
You,
Y2K thing.
you know what else is good to hear?
Y2K thing, yeah.
It's good to hear that New
Down,
Zealand
salt,
accent again,
7,
Robbie. I'm
7,
glad you're
sorry.
back.
Cheers, bro. I think when I go back to New Zealand, hopefully I don't become addicted again to TikTok. But
Probably going to happen, so just accept it.
probably.
I mean, we're all addicted to it, so what are you going
I
to
feel
do?
like there's an important distinction.
Speak for
Like,
yourself.
I know people who are addicted to TikTok.
Okay,
as in,
Buddhist, you're like fucking
scrolling
up here every
TikTok.
day. Go ahead, Zach.
Well, I know people who are addicted to TikTok as like addicted to scrolling on TikTok mindlessly. I'm like hooked on like hanging out with people and talking about this interesting stuff. And I think one of those is healthier than the other.
The real TikTok was the friends we made along.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's an
I
awfully
mean,
hot coffee pot.
I don't know. Like, I just feel like that's just a way for you to justify it, but that's okay.
Yeah, it is. Wait, what's wrong with justification?
I never said there was anything.
I never said you said there was anything. I'm just kidding.
Have you guys found, like, for me at least, like after having like these deep philosophical
All right, you're cutting out, buddy.
There
God
he
is
goes.
conversations here on
silencing
TikTok,
you,
my
Flopper.
friends.
What did you cut out, Robbie? You need to repeat it.
I'll try and put on my
Oh.
Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was just saying that, like, after spending time on TikTok
Good.
having like these philosophical conversations, when I talk with people, at the bar or something here in Germany, like they just seem like mundane conversations. I feel bad saying this, but they seem to not have so much depth or, I don't know, intellectual
No, I know what you
stimulation. A
mean.
lot.
I feel like most of the people that I would have, like if I talked in the way that I do with like some people on here and we had these philosophical discussions and like I was around just like my family members, they would just look at us like we're freaking insane.
Yeah, I think for me, when I speak about these things, people think they're crazy conversations, so they don't really. I don't think they find it interesting, but I find it interesting, and I'm glad that there's a community here where I can have these conversations with people that also find it interesting. But yeah,
Well, all you do is like spout like sciencey nerd shit, so I don't know.
this is the most I've spoken on in a while. Usually, I just listen to you rant on about I don't know.
What? Yeah, what? Say it. Say it with your
Such
chest.
that
All the church fathers,
thus
all the
it
church
is rendering
That's
out
it.
your hermeneutic.
Fuck all of you.
Well, thus, right, thus, such that in a way that
No. Like it's just not funny anymore.
it was never funny.
But it's always funny.
It was always meant to hurt your feelings.
I know. Zach does not speak for me at
DeCray messaged
all.
me in private.
No, ew. No, I don't.
No, I'm saying you
Ew.
did. You said it was to hurt Wit's feelings.
No, I would
I'm just
never.
kidding. I can take it, you know. I can take the heat.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say ew to you, Zach.
No, you were valid. The way I phrased that was weird.
Yeah, it was like really weird, man.
No, like super weird.
Samson's feet.
Yeah, so anyway.
Great. Zach made everything awkward now. Thanks,
What a
Zach.
weirdo.
Yeah, sorry. In other news, I'm watching The Walking Dead, and Michonne just showed up, so that's interesting.
Oh, I love Michonne. Have you watched it before? Is this a rewatch?
I watched it in 2013, so it was 12 years ago. So I don't remember
You didn't
anything.
finish it.
No, I finished. Well, I finished season
That's so exciting.
5, the Negan seasons.
Oh my goodness. You got a ways to go.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Schoen, the scientist.
Exactly.
Michonne the
Fear the Walking Dead's
Scientist.
really good too.
Hey, Mitch and Mitch Schoen. Oh my god.
I also really like Fear the Walking Dead. I'm having a hard time. No, sorry for the spoilers. I'm having a hard time getting through the season that occurs after a nuclear bomb is set off.
I just finished Breaking Bad today. That one was
Nice.
good. The ending
Yeah.
is pretty good for a series. I hated the ending of Game of Thrones.
You have to watch the movie El Camino now. to wrap it
And
up.
you also have to watch
Oh
Better
yeah,
Call
El Camino's
Saul.
real good.
I'll watch
Better
that
Call
one for
Saul
sure.
is
Yeah.
like so good. My husband and I watched that.
I do like Better Call Saul too, for sure.
Yeah, you have to watch El Camino first because it takes place right after the ending of Breaking Bad, and then you can spend the rest of your life watching the 6 seasons of Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
I binge watched it for the last 3 days at work. Like I'm just like everywhere I'm going, I'm just binge watching Breaking Bad. So I'll watch that movie El Camino, and then I'll go and watch the other 6 seasons of what was that other series?
Better Call Saul.
Better Call
It's
Saul.
on Netflix, although I don't know if Netflix
It's about that
in
lawyer Saul Goodman, right?
German
Oh, right.
in
Yeah.
Germany is different.
It's all good, man.
Man,
Anyways,
Game of Thrones had so much potential, and that ending sucked so bad.
yeah.
Everyone says that, but like I feel like it was pretty good.
I loved the
Oh.
ending.
I hated it for some reason.
Of course,
Dude,
the
that-
Christians.
That
I was like
bitch
yelling at
deserved
Sam,
it.
get some.
That bitch deserved it.
For real.
I stopped watching like a couple of episodes or a few episodes before the end.
I'm
When-
sorry, like sorry, go ahead, Craig.
When Jamie was like, I'm going after my sister, I was like, I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, you know. I'm just saying, like, if you watch like Daenerys, like you can kind of see, like I didn't recognize it the first time through, but like the second time through, you can kind of recognize just like she's slowly going crazy. Like she's like insane. So like she deserves it.
You rewatched the whole thing?
Yeah.
I was going to, and then
Like,
I realized I didn't want to watch all that sexual violence again, so I stopped.
Yeah, there's a lot of that in there, but I'm just saying that, like, you know, watching the like certain things that she did over time, like you can see that like she was kind of turning into a crazy person. So
I turned my phone volume all the way down when you said sorry about the spoilers, because I hate spoilers. Are we done spoiling or no?
we're
give
done.
you guys time.
Have you seen Game of Thrones?
You missed everything,
Okay,
dude.
well then you're fine.
Oh,
There's a
thank God.
nuclear
Yeah, as soon as
bomb.
she had those dragons just like blaze the entire city, I was
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah,
she's
she deserved
crazy,
it.
crazy.
And then when she
Yeah.
was like on her crazy rant with like Jon Snow, and she's like, well, Jon Snow's like, how do you know that like what we're doing is good? She's like, well, we'll just decide it. And I'm like, what a crazy ass.
No.
Like, kill her.
And as soon
Sorry,
as he was out of
unalive her.
there, as soon as he found out they were related, and I was like, "You go, Jon Snow, get out of there."
Fucking murder
She's
her.
like,
Yeah, she's
"Come
like
here,
fucking
nephew."
great aunt or some shit. Like it's gross.
Yeah.
Okay, I just PSA. I think it's super great and a great form of protest for people to go over Red Note, but also understand that that platform is also heavily moderated and you can get banned just for saying something about the Chinese government or talking about LGBTQ. And so it's not an adequate replacement for TikTok, just putting it out there. But I do love that people are going over to Red Note and having such positive interactions with
Well,
others.
I just love the fact that the whole reason why people are doing that is because they're saying that this is a Chinese spy app. Meanwhile, the actual name is Zhaohong Shu, which is Little Red Book, which is the foundation of the Communist Party of China. So I mean, like, I think they kind of just shot themselves in the foot, or sorry, smot themselves in the foot there.
Yes.
Quit poking smart.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just gonna have to. I mean, people went over there because of TikTok, man, but like since that seems to be trending towards not happening, it probably won't be as much of an impact. But people are gonna go on Red Note now. But like they can even come up with like terms the way that we do, like on a live or schmeth or grape or whatever, and like they can just kind of get around that algorithm.
Yeah. Just give all your data to Daddy G.
Bro,
Yeah.
some of the memes over there the first couple days were hilarious though. It was like people were posting like here to find my communist spy, and then some like like local Chinese user was like in the comments like thank you for reporting on time or something.
Yeah.
And
No, they got it. I kept seeing like these, like if you went into the comments, they put like this meme and it's like this cat like staring over the camera and it's like American show me your cat, like something like that, and it made me laugh.
I saw that they were posting a lot about Luigi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got a pop down team, but I thought I'd come and say hi. Are you guys using more or less the same username that you use on TikTok on Red Note?
Yeah, if you go over to my TikTok, I posted like it's the same that I have on Red Note. So
okay.
I think I'm going to.
What about Lemonade?
Lemonade trash.
I have Lemonade.
I'll start a Red Note account and I'll use the same username and blah blah blah. But yeah, I think I've got a meeting tomorrow, so I'm going to try and get a nap. But it's good to see you all. Love you all, and
I love you, Robbie.
I'll
I
be-
miss you so much.
Bye,
Robbie. Take care.
With you.
Bye, bro.
Wow, you're making it weird again.
Bye, Robbie.
Who's Ian?
Yeah, so that Robbie guy's a fucking idiot. I hate that.
Who's Ian? Wait.
Don't talk about Robbie like that.
Dude, I was in like 7 different lives. I asked where Robbie was, and it like always like I don't know, got whisked under the rug or something. Yeah, this is what they do, Derek.
This is what they do.
Run away, Robbie. Yeah, yo, what's up, Java sucks brick?
Oh, I just got on Red Note just to check it out.
Okay, your name sounds like a Minecraft pun.
No, I just escaped. I was a computer programmer and I escaped from the Java mines. It's a hateful programming language.
Nice. I didn't know hate speech existed in coder language.
Oh, we could be very opinionated on things that don't matter at all.
How'd you like Red Note?
Well, I was just there. I mostly went there because one of my friends on here went there, and I wanted to I'm wondering, it's like how I'm going to find everyone. So, assuming like if this crowd goes there, maybe we can all like agree on a hashtag to put in our profile so we could find each other. Because I'm not going to remember everyone's name, and I'm afraid if I search for just like
coffee?
Mitch, there'll be 1,000.
Hashtag coffee lover Java hater.
Well, I was thinking we could all like decide on our favorite TikTok host, and we could just like, for instance, I suggest like Blitz fan, and that, you know, if someone likes Blitz, you know, I'll probably like them.
I don't know who Blitz is, except unless like it's the football move.
No, he's a physicist who hosts lives on here a lot.
Who laughed at me?
That was me.
Goodbye, Wit. Yeah. Anyway, Java, what were you saying?
I was just saying he's a physicist who hosts lives on TikTok a
Wow.
lot.
Wow.
But
Are you just laughing that that right here, right now, didn't know who Blitz was, or are you just?
No, I'm laughing at the football reference because it's
Yeah,
funny.
I said unless you're talking about the football move.
Okay. I don't watch football, so I didn't get it.
Yo, wait, can we get Lacrotti and Dean up here? Because I trolled Lacrotti for like half an hour. I have a profile called Ray Discomfort, and I was
Oh, that's funny.
yeah.
I could drop.
Well,
Yeah,
just for like 5 seconds. Summer, I love you. I'm gonna drop you as well, but and then wait. Well, Ducray was teacupped. I don't even know if Lacrotti's still here, but I think Lacrotti and Dean are here. So
Summer. Okay.
well, Summer, it's just I don't respect you that much. Wait, Lacrotti. I'm so sorry, bro.
Why are we being rude to Summer? What's happening?
Well, you can only be rude to people, and Summer's like some slithering primitive creature. So
What?
What the?
I'm just kidding, Ducray. I love Summer.
Okay, all right. You better.
Or else
Some slithering creature.
me and the moderators are gonna gang up on you, Zach. Okay?
I went to the McDonald's to get an ice cream. Little did I know when I walked in, it would be the creature.
The creature. Yo, Lacrotti, share this to Dean. I'm sure that he'll. I just wanted to formally apologize for what I put you through earlier.
It's crazy.
You through earlier.
It's crazy because it's like,
Huh?
you could probably do it again.
I will do it again if I can get away with it for 20 minutes. You said let's let Ray and Carl hash this out for like 5 minutes, then we'll get some other people's input. And then I had to do that stupid New Zealand accent.
I was just so thrown off. I'm like, wait.
Dude, my accent was very up and down.
Can you please share with us your New Zealand accent? Thank you.
Yeah, I was sharing how like I was pretending to be a Trinitarian Christian. I was arguing against Unitarian Christians, and I was like, when Christ was on the cross and he bled out, when Christ bled out, physical death isn't actually death.
You can't take Australian people seriously.
Tell me that's not a good accent.
It is.
It's a really good
It's
My
like
daughter.
that it's
My
like that
daughter doesn't think you're funny, Zach. She was like, do you guys really think that's funny? So my 12-year-old is judging you, just so you know. Okay.
It's,
Damn.
it's like
Wow,
it's
you're
like that,
getting taken down by a 12-year-old, Zach.
It's like that Shane Gillis bit where he's talking about howdy, where he's talking about how an Australian accent will be
Yes,
funny.
I've seen it.
I love it.
And he's like, if he was in the Twin Towers, and he's like,
Yeah.
get out! Like,
Get
Like,
out!
the plane's going. Ah, fuck! Look out!
Look out!
We have to jump out. It's getting too hot.
Down.
No.
no.
Ah, fuck! Building 7. Building 7.
Turn on the channel. It doesn't matter. Turn on the TV. It doesn't matter what channel.
Exactly.
Any channel will be up there. It's hard to stomach, but once you get it down, it's
They hit the
palatable.
Pentagon. They hit the fucking Pentagon.
Pentagon.
The Pentagon.
The Pentagon has been hit. No, fuck. This one landed in a field by somewhere.
The pentagram.
Yeah. Dude, the Pentecost.
Yeah, so now it has the right number of sides for a building.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
No,
but
Zach, what happened at the Pentecost?
Oh my god. You said that right
I
as
know
I
that.
was
I know
reading
that
about it.
like trillions of dollars went missing. I know that. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that it was on accident. I'm just saying that you do your own research. You'll find
It's a
out.
little sus.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah, but I was saying I was I was saying Jesus bled out over the course of a day, and let's say for instance God put somebody in the ground, but kept their soul in the body. They wouldn't actually die until the soul detaches from the body. So they'd be there in the ground for days. And I was like, and then Lacrati was like, Carl, do you have a response to that?
See, what it is that Zach has such a distinct voice to where if he were to do anything else, it would just throw me off completely.
Dude, I've tried so many times. Whenever I try and troll Monkey Boy when he's live, I'll get one word out before he goes, "This is Zach." Like I went up there with so many different accounts. But
You should try a Slovak accent sometimes. I don't even know what I tried to do that.
Dude, Monkey Boy does not like
this accent. What's up?
I said Monkey Boy does not like me.
Oh really?
Yeah.
He has a pretty short fuse, but luckily I'm on his good side.
I tried going up there once and he just flung poo at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's he's nomologically coherent or consistent.
Okay.
Hey, Zach, what's a thing you talk about? Like definitions aren't like real or some shit.
Linguistic realism.
Yeah, there you go.
What about it?
Oh my god.
I was just wondering what you like called it.
Yeah, linguistic realism.
Hi, Amber. Amber.
I've not heard of linguistic realism.
Hi, Amber.
Wait. You guys
Oh,
remember
Mitch
when...
says it's racist.
Amber, you have a mic like Jim. We cannot fucking hear you.
Is that better?
You have a mic like Jim and you have a love like whoa.
No.
Who?
It's not better?
It's kind of better, yeah.
You got a love like whoa.
No.
It's my case, my phone case.
Oh.
I was just introducing myself in Mandarin.
How do you
Ni hao. Ni hao, Mom.
You are not John Cena, Zach. Stop it.
Amber and I buy our mics.
Yo, y'all need to chill.
What?
Wait, Amber, how are you on TikTok?
Hold on, wait a minute. Everyone shut up. Jim's trying to speak. We can't hear him. Go.
Oh my god.
I was just saying Amber and I buy our mics at the same place we get our AOL CDs from.
I was about to say, you guys are both on TikTok for Jitterbug, right?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
I had lots of large buttons, so it's easy to navigate.
True.
No, I just wanted to introduce you guys because I'm working on becoming a super popular creator on Xiaohongshu.
Yeah, you're obsessed with Red Note. It's kind of weird.
I love it. It's so much better than TikTok, honestly.
I don't know about that one.
How much are you getting paid to say that? Are you Tim pooling us right now?
Yeah. How much
No,
is
I
the
love it.
Chinese government telling you to say this?
The Chinese government is paying me very well.
Wow.
1 billion yen, which is equal to $2.
Oh yeah, you can't talk politics. That's right, Sage.
Yeah, Sage, you can't talk politics. You can kind of make jokes about other countries' governments and stuff.
You can say something like this. Everything but communism is trash.
But they have some really good
democracy.
wait, Buddhist, your dad's in here.
Dad? Oh.
Is it Bart? Papa Bear joined the chat for a second.
They got some really good Trump Biden memes over there.
Robbie just added me on Red Note.
Wow.
I have
He did it right. He was right. He did it right after he left.
It's a trustworthy guy.
everybody over there seems to like really want to make friends with Americans. So I'm just gonna like create an account that's gonna be like 100% American. I think it'll go really well.
Yeah, it's gonna go fantastic. They'll love it.
Post pictures of giant
Hey,
cheeseburgers.
can you make sure, Jim, to not try to translate anything in Chinese, okay? Because they love that when you don't try.
Well,
I think you should just try to translate everything into Spanish.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jim
Really-
can speak Spanish, so he's basically
There
like a
is-
wizard to them.
Into Farsi.
Dude, there is an account over there. He uses like this blue Kermit puppet, and he teaches them like really small Spanish phrases, but then also has Chinese subtitles. It's a very interesting account.
Oh wow, you should tell Jim about that.
Yeah, you
Jim,
should
you
tell
can do
Jim about that
something.
later, because that's boring.
You hear about that?
Jim, they would love you over there since you do look Asian. They would absolutely love you.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Oh, Amber, you know what that means? That means I don't bargain, pumpkin fucker.
I don't know if you could say that, Zach.
What, pumpkin fucker?
I think a lot of pumpkins are gonna get really upset.
Well, Java's profile picture looks like a pumpkin.
It's a teapot.
Hey,
Yeah,
you
you're a
can
little
make
teapot.
That's an awfully
Or
hot
in
teapot.
stout.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot. I don't fall off a lot. I go all off the top. You can catch me whipping donuts on Paul Walker's block.
Oh my god, enough.
Yep,
Sorry.
it's short and stout.
But like,
Okay.
the two minds.
you can make a pet over there, and I named mine Pumpkin. You can have like a little dish.
Sorry, I can't. It's just so boring.
I shall not permit a woman to speak.
You should do reaction videos and kind of like try to say Mandarin things, but with like a Texas accent.
Oh, like a super southern accent? That would pop off.
Yeah.
Listen,
How ma?
Yeah, you can go, Jiao Sang How's
Howdy, y'all.
Bing chilling.
Hey y'all, this is Amber.
This is Amber.
Listen, there's already somebody's already taken that market. There's a guy on there who is from China, but he wears a cowboy hat and he speaks in a Texas accent.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but like you're a female, so it'll work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no desire to learn Mandarin, so
Yeah, we could tell you're
Yeah.
conservative.
I am conservative, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, it has all the stuff over there that, like, well, okay, so they don't have most of what you guys will want over there. So, like, no
I hate atheists so much.
religion, no, you can't talk about gambling, drugs.
Yeah. Did you read his bio?
No.
It said ribbit, ribbit, beep,
Beep,
beep.
I mean, honestly, base.
And the Orthodox.
And the Orthodox.
I love that.
Louis.
You cross the line. Wait,
Well,
wait.
at
I'm
least
gonna
I'm safe.
wait. I'm gonna kick somebody so that there's room for him. Okay. Okay.
I'm safe.
Hey, you can kick. I was about to say you can kick me because I'm about to jump off anyways and get pizza. So,
I just kicked Wit to be funny.
oh, that was nice.
Yeah. Because
At
it
least-
seemed like that would be the exact kind of person, right, that Wit would want to engage with.
You kicked me.
I know. I said I'm gonna kick somebody so that Wick and Louis Vuitton can talk, and then I kicked
Louis
you. I thought-
Vuitton. Ribbit, ribbit, beep, beep. Why do you hate?
Louis Vuitton. Can you buy that at the flea markets? It's like knockoff.
Why do you hate the Orthodox and the atheists?
Stop muting my mic.
Louis Vuitton.
Louis
Hello?
Vuitton. You can unmute your microphone.
Hello.
Hello?
Speak! We command you to speak!
That's a
Jim.
technical foul.
Ask him in Spanish. Maybe it's a language barrier.
¿Dónde están los drogas?
What is
Jim, help us out.
He said, "I'm mute. Are you ableists?" Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
You do
Prove
have
it.
a-
Prove
Wait a
it.
minute. This could be. Is this Mason?
Unmute your mic and say something.
I think it's Mason.
Bro, like, do you have a caption phone that would, most, I've hearing impaired people a lot of times have caption phones. or you can download an app.
Wait, what do you mean that he's impaired, Amber?
Wait, do mute people
Hello?
also have to sign when they're typing things on the phone?
No, I can read, dumbass.
Oh, there it is. Wow, Jim, you got a reaction out of him.
Got him.
Got him.
Got him. Hey, Louis Vuitton. Now that the jig is up, I feel like this is Bart or Burke.
That's not Bart.
No, not Bart. I meant Burke. My friend Burke. You guys don't know him. He goes to a
Who
different
the
school.
fuck is that?
He's my friend. He goes to a different school. You wouldn't know him.
Oh, okay.
Louis Vuitton, get out of the comment section with your dumb ass.
Okay. This is boring.
Wait.
What?
What about Orthodox atheists?
I'm an Eastern Orthodox atheist.
I hate you.
It means I only don't believe in which God.
I'm Western Orthodox.
There's no Western Orthodox. Shut up, Jim.
Northeastern Orthodox, though.
They're Catholics.
Western.
No.
Hey, Wit.
What?
How do you account for interpretation of scripture?
How do I account for it?
I know who this is, but I won't say.
You do. Is it Burke?
You wouldn't know Burke, but it's
okay.
Who ultimately decides how to interpret scripture?
Who ultimately decides? Well, we interpret the scripture through the church and the apostolic teaching.
Hey, my live has been flagged for harassment. But
what if I
mean,
just...
I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna.